Too many tanks.
Too many tanks on the ground.
Yahweh war machine.
Too many tanks, too many.
I can tell that you wanna see me losing control, at the same time losing my soul. Trying to move on the low, but you still can't escape from the view on the scope. If you move, you a ghost. When the tank's on the ground, better move out the road. Gotta flow like a hookah lounge, who won't smoke? If you choose to provoke, I might loosen the rope enough not to leave a bruise on your throat. The movement's strong, yeah. Strong enough to make a bunch of grown men spray hatred like cologne. We got too much out here going on in the path you traveling, Rocky Sylvester Stallone. But you and I leave it alone. Michael B. Jordan trying to get a creed of your own, just leave me alone. How you gonna talk like a boss? You don't even own the keys to your home. You don't wanna see me in the zone. Blood of a king in my veins, I belong on the throne with a queen of my own. Infatuated by the muscle tone of my body, love squeezing my arm. If we in the war with the other side, why you not taking shots at the other guy? Let me summarize, you advertise black on black crime and antagonize. When I analyze it with my higher mind, I miss my Virgo nature with the fire sign. I can see it clearly through my third eye, point of view higher than the birds fly. No code of honor like the samurai, they just target practice for me bullseye. You a clout chaser working full time and your paradigm is a narrow mind. All the angels in heaven listen when I'm sharing mine. I'm giving back to the culture, I'm in the back of the Rover. Why you at home with your back on the sofa? I'm having a moment, your childish behavior, I'm sorry, I cannot condone it. The double-edged sword that I'm swinging, sharp enough to cut your bones through your garment. Yeah, Rock Nation signed a deal with the NFL recently, that's a bonus. And I just wanna know what percentage you getting paid off for your performance. Hold up, Jay-Z, he don't even know you. Nope. Trademark name who belong to. 6-figure check, no consul. Come to a point where you can't undo what you misconstrue. Every day you attack Jesus, animated like Black Jesus. For that reason, he's still undefeated like Gorilla Hebrew from last season. The war machine running circles around our competition like track season. It's hard for you to be a stand-up guy, cause in the spirit world, your back leaning. I'm sick with it, got me throwing up. PowerPoint ready, they ain't showing up. No information, just inflammation. Amazon book sales going up. But I wouldn't buy it, even if I was on a diet and had little money on the side. I wouldn't try it, even if my life was on the line and they pointing at my body with the 9. Why should I tell them a whole bunch of lies just for them to join my side? El Shaddai, all praise to the Most High. If the Spirit walking with me, I'm fine. You cannot make a decision. I can see that you afraid of the system. I can tell you have no faith in your vision. You rather sit back and hate on religion. I bet you won't walk in the government building and tell them that you want an interview. Tell them that your name is Nimrod and you demand justice and call them a criminal. Burn up their literature right there in front of them. I guarantee you gon' make the news. At least you be finally famous. Look at the camera like, mama, I made it. Have you ever stood in front of the very personification of hatred? I have on many occasions. The devil got multiple faces. Look at the swing of the pendulum. Look at the shape of the pentagon. I walk in the power of Pentecost. I show up and mess with your pentagram. Tanks on the ground, man.
Too many tanks on the ground. Too many.
Shalom, shalom. Giving all praise to the God of Abraham, and Jacob, to our ancestors, to Yashar and Ship, to Mashiach, for the work that he has done, paved the way for us to show us how to walk, to keep these laws, statutes, and commandments circumspectly. Giving all praises to Yah the Father for allowing us to see another day. All those under the sound of my voice, hope you had a blessed day today. Some of you have a day off the plantation today. I'm a little late getting started. And I just wanted to get into some things. I wanted to do a recap of a panel discussion that I had with Garfield Reed's channel last week. Garfield Reed, or Brother Garfield's podcast, his guest panelists Russell Gmerkin, who's the author of several takes on the history of the Jews. If you're not familiar with his work. And clearly what we know or learn throughout the interview was just how influential he is in this particular community. And we're going to hear some admittance in regards to his work from Garfield Reed and others, and just how influential his work has really been. So I think it's imperative that we take a look into Russell Gmerkin's work. I'm going to get right into this interview, and we're going to talk about some things. We're going to bring out some information, especially on his origin of Jews and his take on Jewish history, and we're just going to look into that really briefly. I'm not going to be before you long, but I'm going to try to get through as much of this as I possibly can and bring this thing out. Peace to you, Shalom. Peace to you, family. So let me share my screen. I'm going to get right into it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. First of all, let me do this. Plus this disclaimer here. All right. Our copyright disclaimer. This is for criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. So we're invoking our fair use, 1976 Copyright Act. So let's get into it. And I'm going to play a little bit of excerpt from Brother Garfield's podcast, in which I was a part of. Let me do this real quickly because I want the people to really hear this. Peace to you, free spirit. Peace to you, sis. Let me do this really quickly. Let me kill the volume on this one really quickly because I want the people to really hear this. So let's get into it. And again, this is from Brother Garfield's podcast. Again, fair use. And the gentleman you see here is Russell Gmerkin. And again, we're going to talk about how influential he really is in this particular sector of the community in regards to Jewish history. And we're going to go to a few things. And I'm going to come on the podcast right after it began. And again, shout out to Garfield for allowing me to come on to the panel and sort of have a dialogue with his guest. And let me say this, because I heard Brother Dr. or Reggie make this statement that how he was treated, or how I personally treated Dr. Gmerkin, or with, or not even Doctor. Let me stop saying that. Mr. Russell Gmerkin's, how I treated him with sort of like kid gloves on, versus how I treat him as well as others, maybe that we see in the conscious community or around, that we always constantly debating with. Well, here's the difference. Not once was he disrespectful. Not once did he say Israelites or Hebrews, you guys are crazy for believing what you believe in. He pretty much stated his position. allowed me to state my position, respected my position, and answered me directly to the best of his ability, and answered my questions without running around the mulberry bush, which is something we could barely get from those of you that we normally talk to on occasions, like yourself, Dr. Reggie, who comes on condescending, who comes and addresses our faith and our ancestry with a sense of disgust or derogatorily as you do. And so that's the difference, right? You reap what you sow, right? And oftentimes they try to say, well, you guys are supposed to be the priest and Kohen priest and showing us, you're supposed to take whatever disrespect we dish out to you guys, and you're supposed to respond to us in a humble manner. Well, that's stupid. Nowhere do we actually have to really understand that scripture that has anything to do with our faith, because you talk to me greasy and me being an Israelite, that I have to talk to you as if I'm offering you flowers as you're peeing on my shoe. I don't think so. So he addressed me respectfully, as men should address each other, regardless of the color of his skin. He addressed me that way. So my statement to you, Dr. Reggie, practice the same, you'll get the same respect. It's as simple as that, right? It's as simple as that. And even in this particular interview earlier on, which I won't show, even as you were addressing Mr. Gamerkin, you tried to get him to sort of crap on Hebrews right off the bat, and he refused to do so. And you steady tried to push it, and he refused to do so. So that is the reason why maybe you feel disrespected when we address you, and you are probably getting disrespected when you are addressed, because that's what you're giving out. So cut the foolishness out, and you won't get any, right? So that's that. But let me get into this interview. Again, fair use.
But you didn't write it, so I gotta get a writer a little bit of credit too.
Yeah, like kind of audience named it, Raw Bond. Oh, look at this. So, hold on. We gotta pause the show for a minute. Here comes Raw Bond asking the same question that what's his name just asked. Ask Mr. Russell, is the Jesus guy real or a Greek prototype?
Peace, indigenous black man. Peace, family. Peace. Now, here's another thing. Now, I want you guys to understand something here, right? Russell Gamerkin is going to give his understanding whether or not, based on this question, whether or not he believes that Yeshua or Yahweh was a historical person. Now, mind you, previously in this video, and I probably should go back and play it. I probably should rewind it, but it may be before or after this. They pretty much say that this guy, Russell Gamerkin, is their the foundation of the Dagger Squad belief system, the belief system of their paradigm, right? This is pretty much exactly what they say on this particular show. If anybody watched the show with me, I may go back and try to find it and play it. They pretty much say that Russell Gamerkin, this gentleman on the panel here, is their foundation for the Dagger Squad paradigm, right? And that anti-biblical beliefs. But you're going to hear him say that along with Garfield, they agree that a historical Jesus existed. Now, let's get into it. Because I find that strange when you go against the biblical narrative and you say, well, there's no history of Moses or King David or anything like that. The historical Jesus based his whole lineage on the understanding that a Moses, a Abraham, and a David, and a Solomon existed. In the Gospels, in the book of Matthew, in the book of Luke, they give his genealogy. And even in the book of Revelation, Christ says, listen, I am the seed of David. Right? So I find this very odd and very strange. Shout out to you, Will Smithers. I appreciate you, family. Please like, share, and subscribe. Hopefully you can get some information out of it. All praises to the Most High.
He answered earlier, my brother. He said Jesus is real as they can be. Get over yourself. We be arguing about you, Russell, so much. We be saying, Russell don't believe that. Russell don't believe that.
It's too real. It's too real.
Yeah, you see? Look at that. Look at that, Blackshine. Look at that raw boy.
Hey, I'm not going to argue with one of my favorite scholars. I'll argue with you all day, though.
Y'all are 5 weeks.
Now, did you hear that, Dr. Reggie? He said he'll argue. He's not going to argue against Russell Gummerkin saying that there's an existence of a historical Jesus when he doesn't agree. He's not going to argue with him. But he just said, I will, Black Lion, I will argue with you guys all day. So what do you mean, Reggie? Did you not hear that statement? You were in the chat. But yet you want to call us, or me particularly, hypocrites because I didn't forcefully beat up where I was a guest on the show. I didn't beat up on Mr. Gummerkin to a degree where you would have liked to see how I beat you up before in a discussion or a debate. It only an exchange of information because you felt like I dealt with Mr. Gummerkin with kid gloves on. You just heard the other panelists say from the Dagger Squad, listen, he wasn't going to go against Mr. Gummerkin, right? He's one of his favorite teachers. If he says a historical Jesus exists, then he'll just have to agree to disagree with him, but he'll argue with us about that all day. Just said it. But I'm not even being that petty right now, but let's continue. And this is where I come on to the panel. You guys see, this is me here, Israelite Intelligentsia. This is where I come on to the panel.
Yeah, man. Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead.
Well, if I get you out of a cult, wow, I didn't realize I'd be doing something so great when I wrote the book. I'm happy.
Oh, let me go back and play that because I believe this is where this gentleman Kyle here, I believe who used to be an Israelite, right? Says that it's because of Russell Gummerkin that he's no longer an Israelite, right? Let me go back and play that because that's important. This goes to a larger conversation.
It's like I get a writer a little bit of credit too.
Yeah, like kind of audience named it, Raw Bond. Oh, look at this. Hold on. We got to pause the show for a minute. Here comes Raw Bond asking the same question that what's his name just asked. Ask Mr. Russell, is the Jesus guy real or a Greek prototype? He answered earlier, my brother.
Let me go back.
Astronomy hypothesis that was popular at one time, and now it's not so popular. Do you remember the name of that hypothesis that touches on the separation between the two?
I'm trying to go back.
Man.
That's not it.
That goes in on Israel and Judah being the same place.
What's up, my cancer brother?
Man, I'm chilling. First of all, I want to say happy birthday to you, bro. Hope you have many, many more of them. Hope you have a blessed day today, or good day, whatever word you want to use. I know you're atheist, I guess. So, but I also want to shout out Russell Gummerkin.
Listen up, family. Listen up.
This book is one of the reasons that I am no longer in a cult. So I got to shout you out for that. For writing that green book. The green book snatched me up out of it and put me back into reality. So thank you again for that.
Who told you about the green book? Who told you about the green book?
I mean, you did, but
just to pause real quick. Later on, I'm going to show you guys what they're referring to about Russell Gummerkin's work in this green book that they're so that you're trying to protect that they don't want to give the name of. But I'm going to show you a book that they're referring to. And this is the book that sort of changed. They built their whole Dagger Squad, or they built their whole anti-biblical paradigm on. I'm going to show you guys the title and what this book is by Russell Gummerkin that they're referring to.
But you didn't write it. It's like I get a writer a little bit of credit too.
Yeah, like kind of audience named it, Raw Bond. Oh, look at this. Hold on. We got to pause the show for a minute. Here comes Raw Bond asking the same question that what's his name just asked. Ask Mr. Russell, is the Jesus guy real or a Greek prototype? He answered earlier, my brother. He said Jesus is real as they can be. Get over yourself. We be arguing about you, Russell, so much. We be saying, Russell don't believe that. Russell don't believe that.
He's too real. He's too real.
Yeah, you see? Look at that. Look at that, Black Lion. Look at that raw boy.
Hey, I'm not going to argue with one of my favorite scholars. I'll argue with you all day, though.
Y'all are back for 5 weeks. Raw boy said, I named the degree. Yeah, man. Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead.
Well, if I get you out of a cult, wow, I didn't realize I'd be doing something so great when I wrote the book. I'm happy.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just want to come and give you your flowers. I appreciate it. Thank you for your good work, and thank you, Brother Garfield, for introducing me to that work, because a lot of things that I had questions or had misinformation about, it gave me, a better explanation for it. I know when in scholarship, you never have the 100% answer to anything, but you have the more reasonable or the more logical explanation, and what the book brings forth makes a lot more sense than what I was under the influence of the cult that I was in. So shouts out to you.
Facts. It confirmed a lot what I already thought. So there's no doubt about it. That's one of the greatest books that ever was that I've ever been introduced to. So I have to thank you too, Garfield.
Think about it. It was a YouTube video that introduced me to that book. It was a YouTube video in 2011 introduced me to the book. Somebody in the conscious community was selling books, and he sold me that book, and that's how I got the book.
That book is the Bible of the Dagger Squad.
Did y'all hear that? That book is the Bible of the Dagger Squad. They're talking about a work by this guy here that's on the panel with him now, Russell Gmerkin. And again, later on, I'm going to show you guys what book that they're referring to. Now I've entered the panel. I want you guys to see and hear the setup question that they missed, right? When I began to dialogue with Russell Gmerkin, because I read some of his works, and I read a lot of the important parts of the work. I haven't read it from beginning to end, only the parts of his book that I researched. But what I first always do is research the authors, right? So I can get a better understanding of where they come from. So listen to the setup question that I give him, and they completely missed it. But Mr. Gmerkin understood it. He caught it. So this is me being a little bit sarcastic, but it was just a setup question, right? If anybody knows me, I pretty much put that type of dialogue. I pretty much use this as a tactic in my debate, in my dialogue, right? That's how I do it.
Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet.
No other book that's more important. That's facts.
Yep.
Zayin.
Yep.
Het.
That book is.
Het.
Whew. Yeah,
Man.
we love that book. We got Yarah in the building. Yarah, hold on, Yarah.
Now hold on. This is the setup question. Give me 1 second, family. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Hold on 1 second, family. Be with you in a second. Be with you in a second. Hold on. All right, here we go. Got what I'm looking for. Hold on. Now listen to the setup question, family. Here we go.
You gotta strong. You're too close to your mic or something. You sound fuzzy.
There you go. I had to turn it now. You good now?
There you go, beloved. Go ahead.
Yeah, good. Shout out to you, man. Happy birthday, man. Another to you, Garfield, man.
By the way, everybody, thanks for saying happy birthday, because in this community, y'all say happy solar return or happy blessed day. Nobody want to say birthday anymore in this community. It's birthday.
Yeah, we know you're an undercover Christian, so we gave you the happy birthday, bro.
Yeah, it's there's nothing wrong with celebrating. Shalom. There's nothing wrong with celebrating life, man.
No doubt. Nice to hear from you, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, and to your guest, Professor American, I appreciate you. I too have read some of your works, and excellent read and knowledgeable. So anything we get in this community, whether we agree or disagree, it's all helpful to us to get to a place of truth. So much respect to you for that.
Now, did y'all hear the setup question? The setup question was, I addressed him as professor, right? I already know he's not a professor. I've done the research on him. I know he's not a professor. Because what I wanted to do was now bring him into the scope of his credibility and putting him and these guys in their minds, now getting us all on an even playing field, because now he's not talking to a professor. We're not talking to a professor here, right? This is what we need to do, because oftentimes these people, Garfield, like to bring people on the panels and speak and present them as if they're authorities in a specific line of work, right? But he's not a professor. I know this. So he's going to say this, but he's going to give us even a little bit more that's going to even out the playing field for this conversation, right? Let's continue.
But I do want to address something in regards to Plato. And there are many, especially in a lot of the circles in these particular conversations, that they believe that Plato had a heavy influence, if not maybe one of the originators, a lot of what we read in the biblical text as far as philosophical thinking or esoteric thinking in regards to the biblical narrative. But I always have to take a step back from that when we often have many historians, historical writers, some of the early church fathers, I agree with that. Some of the Jewish, some are Christian, some who are not Jewish and who are not Christian, some historians who often tell us that Plato was notorious or known for actually, for lack of a better term, plagiarizing a lot of Jewish philosophers, right? There is a famous saying that who is Plato but Moses antithesizing. But when we often see, especially Eusebius, I believe Hermithius also as well, also attributes to that fact that Plato was known for taking the studies of Jewish scholars and Jewish people and bringing them back into his community and pretty much slapping a label on it, slapping his name on it, and taking credit for that. Do you have anything to address that or any comment? I'll just sit back and listen.
Sure, you bet. First off, thank you for calling me Professor Gemerkin, but I'm just Russell Gemerkin. I don't even have a PhD.
Well, Shalaki. Did y'all hear it? He says, thanks for calling me a professor. I'm not a professor, and I don't even have a PhD. So, you mean to tell me, Dagger Squad, that the guy who you guys are claiming has written the Bible for your whole entire paradigm, for your whole belief system, your anti-biblical stance, your stance against Hebrew Israelites across the board, your stance against our faith, you're basing that on the work that did not come? First of all, let's just get into it. first of all, that didn't come from a person of color, didn't come from an indigenous African, didn't come from anybody from ancient Kemet, didn't come from anybody that has any connections to you other than one of your ancestors' possible slave masters. You're basing your entire belief system, Dagger Squad, on someone who just professed he's not a professor and he doesn't even hold a PhD. But you're telling me he bought you out of a cult? You're telling me you're basing your whole understanding of history on someone side work, side job? He's not a professor. He's not an archaeologist. He's not a linguist. He's not an epigraphist, Garfield. He's you. He's you, Garfield. Or better yet, you're him. So now is it safe to say, Israel, that anytime Garfield or these guys bring us any type of any information, that first we have to look at who they claim to be their founder? Is this your king? Dagger Squad? Is this your king? His green book is your Bible? It's the core system of your belief? Anytime somebody hears Garfield speak from now on, you should definitely look at him sideways. You're basing your whole understanding, your whole argument, your whole position in this community is based on this man's work, who I just said and just admitted to me he's not a professor, and just admitted to me out of his own mouth he doesn't even hold a PhD. So when we show you PhD sources and PhD scholars, are you telling us that you're going to dismiss all of that based on someone who doesn't hold a PhD or someone who doesn't hold even an adjunct professor's position in a university? This is what I'm saying, people. This is what I'm saying. They will scour and scrape and pull whatever they can together simply because they hate the Most High. And that's all it is. Let me say something else. This whole, and I'm going to address this also in this conversation. And again, fair use. This is Brother Garfield's podcast, in which you clearly see me on the panel here addressing the gentleman Russell Gamerkin, who Black Lion Supreme here and the Dagger Squad really claim that he's pretty much changed their lives with his work. Not a professor, not a PhD scholar, but he's pretty much changed their lives, right? Pretty much changed their lives. But these guys argue and talk about white Jesus. I won't even get that petty right now. It's too easy. But I want to continue. Let's continue this conversation. And then I want to show you guys why what he says moving forward is completely ridiculous. Let's continue.
And I don't teach at a university. I just love to hang out in university libraries and do research and write books. So I'm one of these kind of rare, successful academic writers who I just bypass the university system. It's
What? What? I'm just one of these guys who just likes to hang out in libraries and write books, and I've been successful. I'm just one of those guys. I just decided to hell with university. The hell with the university. The Orthodox Moor, shalom to you. This is what he says. This is Russell Gamerkin. He said, I just decided to bypass the universities. I just like to hang around in libraries and do research and write books. And I've been successful at doing it. I'm not a PhD scholar. I'm not even a professor. I'm just a library rat. That's all. But the great Garfield, who's always harping about the consensus of scholars, are these the type of scholars you're referring to, Garfield? The ones without PhDs? The ones who are not professors? Is this the type of scholarship that you hold most credible? And listen, if that is, then fine. No problem. But then let's deal with them all. Let's deal with them all. Let's deal with them all, Garfield. You can't pick and choose. You can't pick and choose. He's simply writing what he feels. He's simply giving his commentary, Garfield, on older works. He's not creating any new work. He's not an archaeologist. He's not a linguist. He's not an epigraphist. He's not a geographer. He's not a geologist. He's just a library rat, by his own admission. But if that's the case, Garfield, if that's the case, Dagger Squad, then let the record show that your level of scholarship that you admire and appreciate has its limitations. It's questionable. It's questionable. But when we bring to you in our arguments, we present PhD scholarship. When we present these things, you have an argument against it. But you can't do that. But let's get into it.
Great if you have the patience, but I could never sit in the classroom. I'd rather sit between the aisles in the University of Berkeley than in a class. But anyway, thank you, though. Anyway, I get that a lot. Yes, Plato, did he borrow from Moses? Or did Moses borrow from Plato? That's a big question. Back in the ancient world, everyone agreed that Moses was the older of the two, that he wrote, 1,000 years before Plato. That's what the Bible says. That's what the Greeks accepted, the Jews accepted that, Romans, Christians, everybody. They just didn't question it. So when someone like Eusebius saw all these relationships between Plato's laws in particular, and the books of Moses, they said there has to be a relationship. And since Plato is earlier, since Plato is later, then Plato must have borrowed from Moses and not the other way around. Now, other authors said all the Greeks borrowed from Moses, starting with Homer and Hesiod and the Athenian lawgiver Solon. All of them did. But, we know that's not true for a couple of reasons. First off, the Greeks didn't even have an alphabet until after the time of Homer. So how?
Whoa, wait. He says the Greeks didn't have an alphabet until after the time of Homer. Let's pause there for a moment. I'm going to come back to this video. But let me show you something real quick. Family. Let's look up just a real quick Wikipedia search, right? And let's just see. We have Homer, right? Homer, right? Born around the 8th century BCE, right? 8th century BCE. This is what he says, right? The Greeks didn't even have an alphabet until this time. So, until after Homer, 8th century BCE. So how could Plato have copied from the Hebrews? Right? This is what he just said, if I'm not mistaken. Let's look at that. I'm going to show y'all something. That's why what he says is completely ridiculous. I'm going to show y'all something. Let me go in here. I think I'm already sharing my screen. Let me go in here and show you guys something. Here. Let me go back and show you guys something. Right? And what these guys like to do, they love to dismiss oral tradition. But this is something I wanted to show you guys, right? This is why what he said was completely ridiculous, right? It's called the Eblate Defectio Curse, the oldest inscription tablet with the name of Yahweh, circa 1500 BCE, right? And here, the tablet was folded in half. So in order to read the text without destroying it, Stripling, right, who was an epigraphist, Garfield, formed a collaboration with 4 scientists from the Academy of Science of the Czech Republic and 2 epigraphists to read the text. An epigrapher studies and interprets ancient inscriptions. The tablet's author would have been a highly educated male religious leader, said Dr. Gershon Galil, a professor of biblical studies from the University of Haifa. It is clear that the person who wrote this was a genius, Galil noted. He was not only a scribe, he was a theologian, he was a leader, right? What are we reading here, right? What are we reading here? Ancient Hebrew inscription, right? Dr. Scott Stripley, right, director of Archaeological Studies Institute at the Bible Seminary in Catholic, led the team that discovered the small folded lead tablet on Mount Ebal in Israel. It reads, "Cursed, cursed, cursed, cursed God, cursed by the God Yahweh. You will die. Cursed, cursed. You will surely die. Cursed by Yahweh. Cursed, cursed, cursed." The tablet discovered by Stripling's team was written about 1500 BCE, which could be proof that the events of the Bible occurred hundreds of years earlier than previously believed. An academic peer-reviewed article on their archaeological findings and process, and is expected to be published later in 2022 this year. So we know that they had the ability, ancient Israel had the ability, or those that lived during that particular time, 1500 BCE, and what we know would be the land that Israel occupied. We know that they had writings. They were writing during this particular time. They were writing. Let's go a little bit further. In the late Bronze Age era too, right? Here's another piece of evidence. The oldest piece of writings ever found in Israel, identified on ancient shards of pottery, right? The Australian Academy of Science, Australia Archaeological Institute, and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem Institute of Archaeology has identified a piece of writing on the shard pottery unearthed in 2018 at the Lachish Archaeological Site as the oldest piece of writing ever found in Israel. In their paper published in Cambridge University Press Antiquity, the group describes studying the writing. Right? The researchers have been able to transcribe some of the writing on the shard. Some of the letters appear to be forms of Dalet, Ayin, and Bet, which combine to create the word Eved, or slave, right? Which in Hebrew means slave. Another bit of script appears to spell out the word for nectar. The researchers note that prior evidence has shown that all of the alphabets created around the world got their start with hieroglyphs. The writing they found represents an earlier part of the process that led to an alphabet. They also note that it proves that the alphabet that arose in the Levant did not come from Egypt. So we know that people that were living in this particular land in ancient Israel, right, during the late Bronze Age period, they were writing. And they had their own script, their own alphabet, according to this peer-reviewed study, that was separate from that of those of the ancient Egyptians, right? And a clear distinction from those of the Phoenicians. So, shalom to you, Sosa. Absolutely, indigenous black man. He would have been better off saying Gomer instead of Homer. Absolutely. This is what I mean by a stretch. And the reason why I went into the ancient writings that we find during the late Bronze Age period, during which where we can place the Israelites, is because we can understand that these people were not illiterate. They just had a strong oral tradition. But we know that Moses had scribes according to the biblical narrative, right? They were writing. So when he says, well, the Greeks didn't have an alphabet until after Homer, what does that have to do with Plato plagiarizing Hebrews or plagiarizing writings and texts of Moses or the Torah? What does that have to do with that? How do you make that connection? This is what I mean about people who clearly are not either well-read as people claim they are, or they're just completely intellectually dishonest, right? I just had to show that. I just had to show that. Let me get back into this because I want to make sure it's exactly what he said.
Do you have anything to address that or any comment? I'll just sit back and listen.
Sure, you bet. Well, first off, thank you for calling me Professor Gemerkin, but I'm just Russell Gemerkin. I don't even have a PhD and I don't teach at a university. I just love to hang out in university libraries and do research and write books. So I'm one of these kind of rare, successful academic writers who I just bypass the university system. It's great if you have the patience, but I could never sit in a classroom. I'd rather sit between the aisles in the University of Berkeley than in a class. But anyway.
Again, fair use. Educational teacher purposes only in commentary.
Anyway, thank you, though. Anyway, I get that a lot. Yes, Plato, did he borrow from Moses, or did Moses borrow from Plato? That's a big question. Back in the ancient world, everyone agreed that Moses was the older of the two, that he wrote, 1,000 years before Plato. That's what the Bible says. That's what the Greeks accepted. The Jews accept that. Romans, Christians, everybody. They just didn't question it. So when someone like Eusebius saw all these relationships between Plato's laws in particular, and the books of Moses, they said there has to be a relationship. And since Plato is earlier, since Plato is later, then Plato must have borrowed from Moses and not the other way around. Now, other authors said all the Greeks borrowed from Moses, starting with Homer and Hesiod and the Athenian lawgiver Solon. All of them did. But, we know that's not true for a couple of reasons. First off, the Greeks didn't even have an alphabet until after the time of Homer.
So listen to what he says. He says there's no way that Homer and all of the other Greek historians or historians could have borrowed from Moses 1,000 years prior to their existence, to Homer, that they couldn't have done it because they didn't have an alphabet. They didn't have an alphabet. That's what he just said. What kind of sense does that make? Let me go back and listen to it again.
Read Hebrew books of Moses and copy them. Do research and write books. So I'm one of these kind of rare, successful academic writers who I just bypass the university system. It's great if you have the patience, but I could never sit in a classroom. I'd rather sit between the aisles in the University of Berkeley than in a class. But anyway, thank you, though. Anyway, I get that a lot. Yes, Plato, did he borrow from Moses, or did Moses borrow from Plato? That's a big question.
Right, that's the question I asked him. Did Plato borrow from the Hebrews? That's the question I asked him. Now watch his answer.
Back in the ancient world, everyone agreed that Moses was the older of the two, that he wrote, 1,000 years before Plato. That's what the Bible says. That's what the Greeks accepted. The Jews accept that. Romans, Christians, everybody. They just didn't question it. So when someone like Eusebius saw all these relationships between Plato's laws in particular, and the books of Moses, they said there has to be a relationship. And since Plato is earlier, since Plato is later, then Plato must have borrowed from Moses and not the other way around. Now, other authors said all the Greeks borrowed from Moses, with Homer and Hesiod and the Athenian lawgiver Solon. All of them did. But You know, we know that's not true for a couple of reasons. First off, the Greeks didn't even have an alphabet until after the time of Homer. So how could he read Moses and copy them?
What? What? Because they didn't have Hebrew, because the Greeks didn't have an alphabet until the time of Homer, which is what he said. What is it, around what? 800 BCE, whatever he said. Plato, how could he have copied it, right? Or Homer, how could he have copied it? Is not true. And I'm gonna tell you why he makes such a ridiculous statement. He makes the ridiculous statement because he doesn't believe the Jews existed before 800 BCE. That's why he's making that statement. That's the very reason he makes that statement. He doesn't believe that they existed earnestly till about 300 CE, or maybe 300 CE. This is really what he believes. This is really what he's saying, that there's no evidence, watch this, that Jews or Hebrews existed from 800 BCE to 300 BCE. Exactly, Gideon. So he letting us know from jump he's pseudo. Exactly, indigenous black man narcissist, a complete narcissist. This is what he's telling you, people, that there's no evidence. This is why I stopped the video to show that we have archaeological evidence of people writing in the Levant area, things being archaeological evidence of writing being found in Israel. Late Bronze Age 2 period. We know they were writing. So when people say these people were illiterate, they weren't writing, or that they didn't even exist, we're going to get into that, because this is what he's postulating, that no Israelites or no Hebrews existed. This is what he's saying. Right? This is what he's saying. And I'm going to show you how ridiculous that statement is. And this is why, again, this is why I went back and showed that we have archaeological evidence, especially of the abecetery of Israelites or people in the Levant area, Bronze Age 2 period, were writing. This is why I showed the de facto or the Ebelite amulet, the writing, which talks about the curse of Yahweh. This is why I went back and read that and showed you guys that 1500 BCE. All the way up until what we found in the pottery shards found in Israel, late Bronze Age 2 period, and then going 1200 BCE. So that's exactly what he's postulating. He's going to try to make, he's trying to set the stage, because in his belief is no Israelites existed before 800 BCE through the time of Homer. This is what he's trying to postulate. Now watch this as we go forward. Fair use.
Or Plato for that matter, because the Greeks never heard of the Jews until after the time of Alexander the Great.
Hold on. He said the Greeks never heard of the Jews until after the time of Alexander the Great, circa 330 BCE. Does anyone in the chat right now agree with that statement? Does anyone agree with that statement? Put a one in the chat if you agree. This is what he's postulating. Let's continue. Watch this.
Herodotus, the historian, he talks about every obscure tribe around the whole Mediterranean and the Black Sea, and everyone he'd ever heard of, including the people on the Syrian coast. He didn't know about the Jews either. So if they didn't know about the Jews, who were this little remote group away from the coast up in the mountains, they never heard of them. How could they have even read of the books of Moses if they hadn't been written?
Now, there you go. Now, there you go. He said Herodotus. That's his marker, right? Herodotus. He said if Herodotus never wrote about them, how could they have existed? Because Herodotus wrote about everyone else. First of all, let's get this clear about Herodotus and what he actually wrote about. Herodotus really only focused on the Greco-Persian War in that particular history of those people. That's the meat and potatoes of what Herodotus wrote about. And that's the part that I wanted to get to here in this video, because Gmerkin postulates that because Herodotus does not mention the Jews or the Israelites or Hebrews, that they must not have had existed. No, therefore no one could not have known anything about a Moses or David or anything about a Jew. This is exactly what he's saying. This is exactly what he's saying here. Now let's get into this, right? Let's look at what time period Herodotus is actually writing or even existed. Let's get into that. Hold on. We're going to get back to this video. Now let's take a look at this. All right? Let's take a look at this. Show you how ridiculous that was. Show you how ridiculous that was. Let me make sure my screen is sharing. Hold on, let me make sure I'm sharing my screen real quick. Let me show you guys how ridiculous of a statement that was. Okay, back. All right. Evidence of Judean kings 300 years before Herodotus. Remember, he just said because Herodotus wrote about every little tribe in the Mediterranean and never mentions the Jews once, how could they have existed? Or how would anyone have known of a Moses if Herodotus did not mention them? That's exactly what he's saying. I don't have to repeat I don't have to say what he's saying. We can hear it for himself. We can hear him saying it for himself. But I'm going to show you how ridiculous what he's saying actually is. Right? The evidence of Judean kings 300 years before Herodotus. The annals of Sennacherib, king of Assyria, circa 705 to 681 BCE, are contained on the Taylor Prism, currently housed in the British Museum. Right? This is it here. The Taylor Prism was discovered in 1830 by Colonel Robert Taylor while excavating the ancient Assyrian capital of Nineveh. On it, Sennacherib boasts, as for Hezekiah, the Judite, who had not submitted to my yoke, I surrounded 46 of his strong wall towns and innumerable small places around them, and conquered them by means of earth ramps and siege engines, attacked by infantrymen, mining, breaching, and scaling 200 150,000 people of all ranks, men and women, horses, mules, donkeys, camels, cattle, and sheep without number, I bought out and counted as spoils. He himself talking about King Hezekiah. I shut up in Jerusalem, his royal city, like a bird in a cage. I put watch posts around him and made it impossible for anyone to go out of the city. We have clear extra biblical sources clearly stating that there's evidence of Israelites or Judean kings before 300 years, to be exact, before the time of Herodotus. That's what he says. Now, for those of you who don't believe what this guy is actually saying to you, let's go back again and listen. Let's go back again and listen.
Impossible for no Greek. I just bypass the university system.
Listen to what he says.
It's great if you have the patience, but I could never sit in the classroom. I'd rather sit between the aisles in the University of Berkeley than in a class. But anyway, thank you though. Anyway, I get that a lot. Yes, Plato, did he borrow from Moses, or did Moses borrow from Plato? That's a big question. Back in the ancient world, everyone agreed that Moses was the older of the two, that he wrote, a for it. That's what the Bible says. That's what the Greeks accepted. The Jews accepted that. Romans, Christians, everybody. They just didn't question it. So when someone like Eusebius saw all these relationships, Plato's laws in particular, and the books of Moses, they said there has to be a relationship. And since Plato is earlier, since Plato is later, then Plato must have borrowed from Moses and not the other way around. Now, other authors said all the Greeks borrowed from Moses, starting with Homer and Hesiod and the Athenian lawgiver Solon. All of them did. But we know that's not true for a couple of reasons. First off, the Greeks didn't even have an alphabet until after the time of Homer. So how could he read Hebrew books of Moses and copy them? Or Plato for that matter, because the Greeks never heard of the Jews until after the time of Alexander the Great.
He says the Greeks never heard of the Jews until after Alexander the Great. Put a pin right there.
Herodotus, the historian, he talks about every obscure tribe around the whole Mediterranean and the Black Sea, and everyone he'd ever heard of, including the people on the Syrian coast. He didn't know about the Jews either. So if they didn't know about the Jews, who were this little remote group away from the coast up in the mountains, they never heard of them. How could they have even read of the books of Moses if they hadn't been written? So it's just impossible. Or no Greek knew about the Jews until after Alexander the Great conquered that area. But the Jews...
Did y'all hear that? He said no Greeks knew of the Jews until after Alexander the Great. No Greek. Let's continue.
Knew about the Greeks. They knew all about Greek literature. They visited the Great Library of Alexandria, and they had access to the whole body of Greek writing. So, that's one of my contributions to scholarship, that the Jewish authors drew a lot on Greek sources. and not the other way around as they used to believe in ancient times.
Rob on, what's up?
Now, this is what he's postulating, right? That the Jews drew from Greek sources. They drew from Greek sources. What Greek sources did the Jews draw from that gave them the understanding of the Torah or gave them the understanding of Moses? Because he tries to say the only mention of Moses that exists in history was first done by Hecatanius of Abdera. Around 330 something, circa 4 something, 330 something BCE. This is what he's saying. I'm gonna let it play out so you guys can go through it. Okay, what he's saying.
Thank you, Russell.
Fair use.
Rob on, what's up? What's on your mind? You mad?
Yeah, happy born day. Peace to the panel. Peace, Mr. Russell. I left and came back, so I don't know if you talked about this, but in the we name your book color. So the red book, we call it the red and white book or the burgundy book, the Plato and the creation of the Hebrew Bible. So in there, I see that you compared like the legal codes of the Middle East and the Greek legal code. And the question I have is, in the Greek legal code, as far as the foundation stories, is that the final straw of that being the where they derive these stories of Moses and all of those people of a founding lineage?
Yeah, I mean, clearly the people who wrote Genesis through Joshua, they knew about Greek foundation stories. Greek foundation stories is a very popular Greek literature because the Greeks, they founded colonies everywhere, from the Black Sea to the Straits of Gibraltar and all other nations. And each nation had its own constitution and democracy, and they all had a history. They were all founded, a lot of times from somewhere else. So these foundation stories, a lot of times they'd have the gods telling some ancestor like Hercules or somebody, someday your descendants will rule this land. I'm promising it to you now. And then, like with Abraham. And then generations later, their descendants, they migrate as a moving army. They might have all sorts of obstacles along the way. Some of them might want to turn back. They might send spies in advance. It might take years. It might take a couple generations. And eventually they reach the promised land and they conquer it or colonize it. And at that point, their expedition leader lays out all their laws and constitution and divides up the land and does everything basically that Moses and Joshua did. That's very, very Greek, having a constitution and laws at the end of the story. And so that whole plot line comes from the Greeks. And they wouldn't have known about it until after the time of Alexander the Great, because he brought that type of story with him when he conquered the East after the 300s BC. And in fact, one Greek foundation story by Herodotus of Yarah, he had this fictional guy Moses who came out of Egypt and founded a land, a new colony in this uninhabited land of Judea, founded his temple, laws, constitutions. He had this foundation story where Judea was colonized from Egypt, and that's the first mention of Moses anywhere. And it's
stop right there. For those who are listening to him with any sense of logic and understanding, I told you this is why he answers the question this way. When I asked him about Plato, when I asked him about the origin, this is why he answers the questions this way, because this is what he believes. I'm going to play it for you again. I'm going to go back.
As a moving army, you might have all sorts of obstacles along the way. Some of them might want to turn back. They might send spies in advance. It might take years. It might take a couple generations. And eventually they reach the promised land and they conquer it or colonize it. And at that point, their expedition leader lays out all their laws and constitution and divides up the land and does everything basically that Moses and Joshua did. You know, that's very, very Greek, having a constitution and laws at the end of the story. And so that whole plot line comes from the Greeks. And they wouldn't have known about it until after the time of Alexander the Great, because he brought that type of story with him when he conquered the East after the 300s BC. And in fact, one Greek foundation story by Herodotus of Yarah.
Listen, he's going to base his whole paradigm on the origin story of the Jews by Herodotus the Greek. Now watch what happens here. This is where it completely implodes on the Dagger Squad.
He had this fictional guy Moses who came out of Egypt and founded a land, a new colony in this uninhabited land of Judea, founded his temple, laws, constitutions. You know, he had this foundation story where Judea was colonized from Egypt, and that's the first mention of Moses anywhere, and it's in the Greek foundation story. So yeah, they definitely copied the Greeks. And
listen to what he says. He says because Herodotus of Abdera has a Greek or has a Hebrew or Israelite or Jewish origin story, right? And this is the first time Moses is mentioned by name anywhere, that this must be the first origin story of Moses. So this is the first time he's mentioned anywhere. But Herodotus of Abdera, who's writing around 300, circa 300, late 330 something BCE. This is utterly ridiculous, right? And I'm going to show you something because y'all heard him say it here. Y'all heard him say it here. And then I'm going to show you guys something right after this. Watch this.
Is that the lepers or with the polluted lepers?
That was a little bit later. That was Manetho, the Egyptian. And he had a couple stories where invaders from Asia, first the Hyksos, you know, they took over Egypt. They were bad guys. They destroyed the temples. And then the Egyptians kicked them out of the country and they went to Judea. And then Osiris and the lepers, they called the Hyksos back because they set up a second reign of terror. And then they were kicked out into Judea as well. And so that was a little bit later. And the book of Exodus also has some echoes of Manetho as well. But like it's wrote in the Green Book, you know, the Exodus account is really defending against Manasseh and says, we didn't enslave you guys, you know, you enslaved us, and we weren't the bad guys in that whole scenario. So, because the story was circulating, Manasseh's story by then, and so they had to defend themselves against it. So,
wait, what? What? He said Manetho's story was circulating by then. So they had to defend themselves. What story of Manetho? The Exodus? So they had to defend themselves against it? Watch this. Watch this.
but then, so Manasseh, he drew on native Egyptian traditions, but Hecataeus drew on Greek traditions. And those streams kind of came together in the biblical Exodus.
Yeah, you made me memorize that, the ritual of expelling Seth and his confederates. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
So
it's a fun look.
Right. I got two more questions. So
now this question that Rob Bourne is about to pose is a question that I ask often. But watch the dance that happens from Gomurkin.
Well, I have an issue with when I'm asked this question. So when I'm bringing this information, someone asks me, what is the oldest records you have of Plato? And when I try to find some of these oldest records, I can't find none that predates the Bible. So how do you we rectify that?
The oldest actual records of Plato.
Yeah, like his actual writings, like his Timesis and all of those things.
Well, you know, we possess all of his writings. He's one of the very, very few Greek philosophers where all of the writings have come down to us today. So that's very fortunate. Some of the oldest actual physical scraps of Plato's writings come from Egypt, where they have scraps from every one of his books, you know, little fragments that were preserved in the dry climate of Egypt. So that takes you back to the 200s BC. But you have Aristotle, who was his student.
Wait, what? So he says the oldest extents or fragments or writings that we have of Plato goes back to Egypt, only dating back 200 BCE. Let's look at something here. Let's look at something really quick. Let's see how far we are. Let's see how far we are here. See how far we are here. Wanted to see if I can get it real quick. See if I can get it here. For some of you guys. How far we can get back here. Here we go, right here. Right? 4Q, right? Of the Dead Sea Scrolls. During the Hellenistic Roman period, right? We have 200 BCE. Right? We have the Dead Sea Scrolls are in existence. We see them. We have them right here. me click on it. Right. Plate 212, the Dead Sea Scrolls. We know we're in existence, but dating back to 200, at least 200 BCE. He's saying Plato's writings only go back as far as maybe 200 BCE. I find that very odd that in the Qumran Valley, they're writing these Dead Sea Scrolls. Are you saying they're copying Plato at the exact same time you're claiming Plato is writing? They're copying Plato in the Qumran Valley? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Gamerkin? Is that what you're postulating, Mr. Gamerkin? That we have Jews as far back as 200 BCE that are writing and recording hundreds and hundreds of manuscripts in the Qumran Valley, that somehow they're copying the works of Plato as he's writing? When what we know they're doing in the Qumran Valley is only writing and copying their oral tradition that existed well before 200 BCE. You just told us Plato's oldest extents only can date back to Egypt 200 BCE. How do you make it work, Mr. Gamerkin? How do you make that work, Garfield? How do you make that work? How do they make that work? And if someone has to watch this into the chat, if they're telling the story in reverse, then that means they would have to what? Have heard it previously, which no one can document that it was written previously the other way around. So how are they writing the story in reverse? Again, how are the people in the Qumran Valley who's writing 200 BCE at the same exact time Russell Gamerkin says Plato is writing 200 BCE? Are they copying Plato's work, or are they writing from their oral tradition? Make it work. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You cannot. You have to come up with these hypotheses and theories in order to make it work. And that's what Gamerkin has done. Completely ridiculous. Watch this.
He talked a lot about Plato, and he lived right afterwards. So we have lots of historical information.
Second, one thing I did notice though, and that's a very good question by Rob on, is that I never knew that Plato was so important to the people. It was like mandatory reading or something. The way how it was spread, like how the Bible is spread. You know, it's amazing. I never knew that till I started reading and studying Plato. So just because a manuscript, they got some fragments in the BC era. They do have some in the BC era, some minor manuscripts, but the majority of it is in the AD era. But bear in mind, they are reading it in their structures and school of fonts and that stuff. So his writings is still there carrying on. You might not find a whole manuscript, but you'll find a manuscript in the AD era, and even in the BC era. You find it.
Yeah, it's like every author after the time of Plato, half of them referred back to Plato. Half of, it's not that many, but lots and lots and lots of people Plato and his influence on them. Plato's Timaeus was probably the most popular book in the Greek and Roman world. Everyone read it. A lot of the church fathers read Plato, and a lot of Christian ideas come right out of Plato. Heaven, hell, the immortal soul, all of that's Plato. None of it was around before him, except maybe the Pythagoreans had the immortal soul. But the earliest writings that had all that stuff, it's Plato all the way. Very popular guy.
All right. As a matter of fact, one love, Rockborn. As a matter of fact, we know that through those schools use Homer. They use a lot of the stories of the Greeks to learn how to write, how to redact the stories, which is only just adding on to the story that's already in place. So, but I wanted to ask you something real fast. By your philosophy of the Jews, no one knowing about the Jews before Alexandria, who knew? We know for a fact that there were multiple historians in the first century who never mentioned Jesus, like Pythagoras and Pliny the Elder, and so on and so forth. So, by your logic, how can we know for sure that there was a historical Jesus when only about two scholars that I know of, from Josephus of 65 and Clement of 90 even mentioned the name of Jesus, when no other first century historians did?
Tacitus and Josephus, not Clement. Clement mentioned Paul.
Yeah.
Tacitus, I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and a handful of historians mentioned Jesus, and it's quite possible that the passage about Jesus in Josephus might have been a much later addition, because Eusebius, who was in early 400s AD, he is the first person to really talk about that passage in Josephus. Earlier authors like Origen, I believe, and some of the others, they talk about Jesus and they say, they complain about how they talk about Josephus and complain about how he doesn't talk about Jesus. So it could have been a late Christian, what would you call it, an interpolation edition?
Interpolation, yes.
Yeah, so there's a lot of debate among scholars as to.
Listen, this is how you know these guys are not in the right, because they often say that, right? Oh, it has to be a late edition. Well, they don't mention it, so it has to be a late edition. Well, here's the problem with that, right? If everything was done at a late edition, where did it come from? It began somewhere. And then what leads them to the latter writings, right? Again, he tries to postulate that the oldest extant that we have of Plato is 200 BCE, right? By all accounts, if that's all you have no evidence of Plato writing before then. Is that what he's saying? But that's what he has to go on, right? Now watch this.
Even the stuff that appears in historians like Tacitus, Josephus, and others, a lot of people will question maybe those are late Christian editions as well.
Right, and I'm only concentrating on the first century historians.
Yeah, there's very, very little testimony in the first century.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Go ahead.
Yeah, but again, this is Yarah. I do want to jump in if
now watch what happens here. Watch what happens here.
if I may again, and going back to Plato, because peace to you, Rob Bond. I see you on the panel, brother. He brought up a very powerful question, which is one of the questions that I always pose in this conversation, is that regardless of how we try to talk about Plato and his influence in possible Hebraic literature or Christian literature, there is no surviving or recorded text or anything of Plato that is that predates a lot of what we see in the biblical narrative, the biblical text. It just doesn't exist. It's not there. Even what we have surviving of writings of Aristotle, a lot of what we have that survives from Aristotle are notes from his students, not much directly from him at all. And so even in regards to Herodotus, and I'm glad you brought that up, right? It's all, I still pose the question in this particular conversation, because if he uses Jewish mythology, and I'll even go that far with you, right? Like Jewish mythos. If he uses Jewish mythos to create a Greek origin story, is he saying that the Greeks are Jews or were Jews or were connected to the Jews? Because then why would he use that of all other civilizations or all histories or all mythos to create a Greek origin story? It really doesn't make sense. If he thought these people did not exist, or if they had no writings or knowledge that was known throughout his particular time period, it makes no sense to create an origin story from those people who were, if you say they were not known until after the time of, or during the time of Alexander the Great. It would make no sense for him to do that. So we have to question that. Where did he come up? Where did he come up with that? If that's his origin, if that was
right. Where does Herodotus of Abdera get the idea to create a Moses? If he's the first person to ever mention Moses in history, then you're saying he made Moses up. That's what you're saying. And if that be the case, where did he get the idea to do this? Are you simply saying, he based it on Greek philosophy and just created Moses as a deliverer? Based on what Greek model? Based on what Greek model would he have created this pseudo Moses, this fictional Moses character, to create an origin story for a tribe or a group of people that didn't exist or were very unimportant, or who left little historical imprint and archaeological imprint? Why would he do that? What would be Herodotus' reason for doing so? Listen to this answer, people.
Herodotus' origin story. It makes no sense to do that. You have the Egyptian civilization he could have clearly run to. You have the Minoans he could have clearly run to and created an origin story from there. But we don't see that, right? So it leaves a lot of holes in the questions when he does that we see a lot of historians during his time period and during his day. A lot of them have this, as Garfield said, they have this mythos story of Moses, right?
Yarah,
and you find it in many Greek cultures. Go ahead.
Yarah, hold on a second. Do you know what time period of Herodotus and Abdera? Do you know what time period he is?
I'm not exactly sure, so I don't want to give exactly the date, but I want to say, go ahead.
320 to 315 BC.
315 BC, right? When is Alexander the Great? When is Alexander?
And he's the first mention of Moses in any literature that's dated. He's the first one. He wrote a book called the Egyptica, the history of Egypt. He was from Abdera.
Now, this is what he's saying. He's saying that there's no mention of Moses in any literature, ancient literature, in archaeology or anything. No finding of the name Moses until Herodotus of Abdera writes it in his work, the Egyptica. No other time in history is Moses' name ever mentioned. This is what he's saying, people. So he's saying that if that's the case, what he's telling you, people, is that the Exodus never happened. Is that there's no Levitical priesthood that's established. There's nothing for Moses. There's no 10 Commandments that exist. There's no Torah that exists prior to. Because all of that comes from Moses. So if he takes Moses out of the equation in any time in history and places him in circa 330, 300 BCE, then he's saying all of those things that we know from the Ark of the Covenant, anything that it never existed, none of that stuff that we read about in the biblical narrative, none of that stuff we read about in any other extra biblical sources. There's no mention of Moses. The whole history of the Israelites and the Judites that trace themselves back to the time of Moses and beyond that, back to the time, and none of that ever existed. It was made up and created in 330 BCE by Hecataeus of Abdera. This is what he's saying. Not making this up. This is what he's saying.
Which is in kind of north of Asia Minor, but he came to Egypt under the first Greek king, Ptolemy the First Soter, who was one of Alexander's generals.
Yes.
And there was a new kingdom. You know, Ptolemy was ruling over this new land. He really didn't know anything about it. So Hecataeus, he wrote this whole book all about Egypt, their history, their customs, everything, as a gift and a guide to King Ptolemy Soter. And one of the things that he talked about was the Egyptians, they claimed they'd been conquered by the Greeks, but they said our civilization was greater than the Greeks, older than the Greeks, better than the Greeks. And they claimed that they colonized the whole world, that they colonized the Black Sea, they colonized Greece, they colonized Babylon, they colonized Judea. They said, you know, we colonized everybody because our land was overpopulated, so we'd send out these expeditions. So one of the stories was the colonization of Judea by the Egyptian Moses. And we know, other than the name Moses, we know that it doesn't have any awareness of the biblical account, because it claimed that Judea was barren, desolate, unoccupied when he led this expedition, and that Moses not only established the laws and constitution, but he founded Jerusalem and its temple, and did a bunch of other stuff that just aren't in the Bible. So he was making all this stuff up. For comparison, he also had a story in the Egyptica about how the Egyptians colonized Babylon. And the leader of that colonizing expedition was a guy named Belus, B-E-L-U-S.
Fair use. For teaching purposes and commentary only. Fair use.
Who all historians recognize. That's the Greek name for Bel Marduk. Marduk, the god of Babylon. And he claimed that Belus led this expedition from Egypt and went to Babylon and founded their priesthoods and their laws and their customs. Very similar to the story of Judea. So he had all sorts of foundation stories, colonized Athens, this and that and the other, and they were all fictional. And, you know, we can't believe that that the god Bel-Marduk actually led.
This is amazing. Now what he's postulating is that Hecataeus of Abdera in the Egyptica created this fictional origin story. And this is the first time we hear of a Moses. This is what he says. This is what he says. Exactly, indigenous black man. This is psycho battle. This is what he's saying. That created in 330 or circa 330 BCE by Hecataeus. Fictional character. Moses was. Watch this.
An expedition to Babylon from Egypt. And Moses was a similar character. We don't know where he got that from. But, you know, he wasn't really drawing on a solid tradition for either. He talked to Egyptian priests. He talked to the Jews, but the Egyptica constantly refers to him talking to Egyptian priests and kind of relaying the information they conveyed. So maybe the priests might have heard of someone named Moses, but we don't know who that is.
Wait, what? So now he's saying that Hecataeus does say that he got his information on the origin story about Judea and the Israelite kingdom and the origins of the Jews, that they got it from Egyptian priests. And yeah, maybe, you know, they could have told him about Moses. They could have told him about Moses. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, but we don't have the name of the Egyptian priest he talked to confirm whether or not that's where he got it. But although it's possible he could have gotten it from them. Come on, people. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So long answer, so right. Hope it helps.
Right. Yeah, I really do appreciate that. Real quick, let me say this. So then how do we reconcile the Elephantine papyrus?
Boom. How do we do that? Now watch what happens when he has to address this. Watch what they do. And I'm going to show you what it is. Watch this. This gets really silly. Watch this.
And those Jews who were in contact with Darius the First. Am I right on that, Garfield? Was it Darius the First?
I think you're setting yourself up.
Oh, let me use the green book. Let me use
Please. Yes. Please help me out. Let's deal with the Elephantine. Definitely, let's deal with the Elephantine Jews.
Right. So the reason why I tell people to get the green book is because when you look, he has a nice chapter on that.
Hold on, Ron.
Moses is never mentioned.
Hold on. Let me ask this question.
I'm not asking about whether Moses. That's not the question. Whether or not Moses was mentioned in the Elephantine in Elephantine or in the Elephantine papyrus. That's not the question. The question is there evidence of a Jewish society, of a Hebrew society, of people of culture, because they requested of Darius the First, I believe it was, of Darius, could they build a temple? No.
Now they requested from Darius the Second, right? I said Darius the First, but they were requested from Darius the Second, right? And so the question is, what do you consider about the Elephantine papyrus or the Elephantine Jews? Right? We know that they were writing. We have correspondence of them writing to the Jews or the Judeans, to the priests in Jerusalem. right? So this is what they have to say, is that if there's no Moses, right, then there's no law, because Moses is their law, is the lawgiver. Nobody argues that. Moses is the lawgiver. I'm going to show y'all something else later, but Moses is the lawgiver. So so what they have to do now is say, well, there's no, since they didn't mention Moses, then Moses could not have existed because they didn't mention Moses in the Elephantine Papyrus. Why would they need to mention Moses? Because of the Passover document that exists. They had a question about unleavened using using yeast, pretty much. Because if you understand the Elephantine Jews in Egypt, right? In Egypt, barley and beer, right? And hops and these different things that they used, this yeast that they made yeast from, these things were leavened, right? The beer had to rise. It was the process that they used in making beer. And so beer was often traded in commerce, right? And so during this particular and often it was the drink of the day. It's what most people in that time in Egypt drank. They drank beer. So what you have the Elephantine Jews writing to the Jews in Jerusalem about is the question of using leaven or unleavened yeast in making beer. Was it against the law? That's what they were asking. That's what they were asking. They had no question about whether or not Moses existed. So why would they need to be talking about Moses? But the fact of the matter that they even had a question about using unleavened bread or using unleavened or using leaven in their in the beer. And we always say that because we know we have documents of trade and commerce that they were involved in. These Elephantine Jews. If they had a question about it, this is a question that directly goes to the law, to the Torah, to the law of Moses, right? Let's look at that. Let's look at that. Yet even during the time of the Passover, I wanted to read this, and then I'm going to go to the scripture as well. I wanted to show y'all something. Let's go to the scripture real quick. Exodus 12, verse 18. I want to read this first. Show y'all why they were having this conversation. Right? The feast of the unleavened bread. Right? So you are to keep the feast of unleavened bread. This is Exodus 12:18. For on this very day I brought your divisions out of the land of Egypt. That's the only reason why the feast of unleavened bread, or there's a question of using yeast or unleavened or using leaven, right? During this particular time period. This is what they're writing. This is what the Elephantine Jews are writing to the priest in Jerusalem about. I believe it was high priest name was Jonathan. they're writing to him in Jerusalem about the use of leaven. This is a direct question about the law given by Moses. Like, this is what I mean about these people being intellectually dishonest. Let's read it. Exodus 12:18. For on this very day I brought your divisions out of the land of Egypt. You must keep this day as a permanent statute for the generations to come. Verse 18. In the first month you are to eat unleavened bread from the evening of the 14th day until the evening of the 21st day. For 7 days there must be no leaven found in your houses. If anyone eats something leavened, that person, whether a foreigner or a native, must be cut off from the congregation of Israel. This is what they're talking about, right? Now watch this. Matthew 26:17. On the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the disciples came to Jesus and asked, where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover? So we know that the Passover correlated with the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So this is why in the Passover papyrus from the Elephantine Jews and that question about unleavened bread, they're talking in this particular festival. This is what they're talking about. This is directly from the law. The law of Moses. To do, this has nothing to do with the agricultural festival. This is what I mean about the disingenuousness of these guys when they say, Moses must not have had anything to do with, must have known anything about a Moses. Like, this is ridiculous. But no one wants to actually go into the understanding of it. Let me deal with this here. When is Passover? Passover takes place in early spring during the Hebrew calendar month of Nisan, as prescribed in the book of Exodus 12:18, commands that Passover be celebrated from the 14th day of the month at evening. You shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month. Because the Hebrew calendar does not match with the Gregorian calendar, the date of Passover, along with other Jewish holidays, changes every year. Passover dates for 2022 are April 15th through April 23rd, right? So we got to understand that this is what they were dealing with in Elephantine. It's not even rocket science.
It's there. It's everywhere.
Let me stop that.
But for someone to be able to work from here, there has to be someone here, making sure everything is safe,
Hold on one
secure,
second.
consistent. So log in from here or here. Sure.
This is exactly what I'm talking about when we're dealing with this information. So let me get back to this video and let's see how this thing starts to really unfold and continues to implode on these guys. Watch this.
Okay, so therefore, that tells us that there's an existing culture at that time that precedes what Herodotus is writing.
But
So
that
that's my question.
That culture you're talking about had multiple gods in their temple.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We do know. Hold on. And I agree with you, Black Lives Supreme. I agree with you. Those Jews did have a polytheistic view.
Yarah,
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Everybody stop. So you're basically saying that maybe Herodotus of Abdera heard about Jews because Jews were in Elephantine. Is that your main point that you're asking, Russell?
Yeah, it's a highly possibility. And to go what Lion Supreme says, why I agree with what he's saying, is because we know that part of Josiah's reform, circa 600, 635 BCE, that was the argument with those Elephantine Jews and why they were even in Alexandria, because they were polytheistic. King Josiah of Judah tells us that he sent those priests away, and that's where they went into the Elephantine.
Hold on. But the
Yes.
The Elephantine Jews say that they're here from the 8th century now. You're there before.
You said what?
They said
Yes. No. Some of them, no, not all of them. I'm talking about during the time of Josiah's reform.
Yara, hold on 1 second. Mute your mic for a second. Stop for a second. Now, Russell, you got to get a.
Now you can tell for them the Elephantine is a cut because he has no question. He has no answer for that because in his mind, it's insignificant to the fact because you don't have a Moses, but they're doing everything in Elephantine, as you see, almost to the T, based on what you see in the law of the Torah. They're talking about the Passover, how to have it. They're talking about things written in the law. But how are you postulating, just because they don't mention Moses or the Exodus, that they didn't know about any of these things?
Chance to answer because he's going on and on and on and on. Can you
explain? By the way, I love this panel format. I love all the different people asking and interacting. It's just great.
No doubt. I appreciate the spirit of everybody coming with their questions. Thanks.
No doubt.
It's refreshing. It's very refreshing. Go ahead.
This is the first real party I've been to since COVID. So,
all right, go ahead, Russell. You can respond to that. Go ahead.
So the Elephantine papyri, they date between about 450 and 405 BC. And a lot of them, they're dated, and a lot of them are in the years of Darius, whatever. I don't know which one it is, 2 or 3 probably. I don't think 1. They said that they had their temple since the time of Cambyses, which is about, I think it was 525 BC, Cambyses is Persian. So we know that they came at least that early. There's been speculation that they might have come even earlier than that, but there's really no evidence. No, I'm not discounting it. And I don't know of any tradition that Josiah sent anyone to Egypt. Under Jeremiah, a lot of Jews reportedly went to Egypt. Maybe you're thinking of that a little bit later, like 585 BC. But so they were. This is a Jewish military colony. Yes, they definitely had a culture. It was a mixture of Judeans and Aramaeans. Those 2 names show up in the papyri as like ethnic designations. The papyri were written in Aramaic, but they're in communication with the high priest Jonathan in Jerusalem. So they're in contact with their fellow Jews. Definitely, the Jews existed in earlier times. The kingdom of Judah since time of Hezekiah or earlier. There's no question there was a Jewish culture, and the Egyptians, they will have known about the Jews because they had Jewish mercenaries along with Greek mercenaries and others.
Right on the money. A garrison of Jews that helped to fight against. I think the Syrians, they were there to fight.
Now, listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying, right? He's acknowledging the fact that Judeans existed, right? He's acknowledging the fact that Judeans existed. This is what he says. He's acknowledging that fact. But he wants to say that they had no knowledge of Moses. these high priests, what priesthood were they following after? Who established the priesthood? Is he saying they had no knowledge of a Moses, even though they're writing to the priests in Judea? What priest is he talking about? What priesthood is he referring to? He has to be referring to the priesthood that Moses established. That's exactly what those Judeans would have told him. That they follow the laws of Moses. Like, it's I can't even say it's a good argument. It's not. It's not a good argument at all. Let's hear him say this again.
The Assyrians.
Most interacting, it's just great.
No doubt. I appreciate the spirit of everybody coming with their questions. Thanks.
No doubt.
It's refreshing. It's very refreshing. Go ahead.
This is the first real party I've been to since COVID. So,
all right, go ahead, Rosa. You can respond. Go ahead.
So, the Elephantine papyri, they date between about 450 and 405 BC. And a lot of them, they're dated, and a lot of them are in the years of Darius, whatever. I don't know which one it is, 2 or 3 probably. I don't think 1. They said that they had their temple since the time of Cambyses, which is about, I think it was 525 BC, Cambyses the Persian. So we know that they came at least that early. There's been speculation that they might have come even earlier than that, but there's really no evidence. No, I'm not discounting it. And I don't know of any tradition that Josiah sent anyone to Egypt. Under Jeremiah, a lot of Jews reportedly went to Egypt. Maybe you're thinking of that a little bit later, like 585 BC. But so they were. This is a Jewish military colony. Yes, they definitely had a culture. It was a mixture of Judeans and Aramaeans.
I want to start right there. Peace to you, Gideon. I see you, family. What's good?
Shalom, shalom. What's good, Elder Yarah? All praise to the Most High in the name of Yashar.
All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. Bro, I know you've been listening, but checking it out, man. Give me your take, man, on what we've been listening to so far.
Well, I mean, just listening to a lot of what he's saying, he's doing a lot of conjecture. Like you were saying, like how can you admit that you have established Jews and then turn around and say the history that's associated with them is false? And not only that, the biggest thing that just baffles me is he's saying the very source he's using is a lie. Because as you were saying earlier, and as Herodotus says, this is the Egyptian records. So he's saying Herodotus is a liar. He's giving Herodotus an argument that he's not even making. But yeah, you're doing an excellent job, Yarah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And definitely, man, it's like a lot of this is being smashed together, and I see what he's doing, because his whole thing is that because there's no mention of Moses in the Elephantine papyrus. There's no mention of Moses until Hecateus of Abdera mentions him. Then this origin thing story of the Jews began during that particular period of time. It's ridiculous when he just comes back and then says, "Oh yeah, if we go back to the Elephantine time of the Elephantine Jews, we can see that clearly, that they had a material culture and these two groups of Arameans and Judeans." Well, who are these Judeans?
Exactly.
Right? Who are these Judeans that you refer to? Do not these Judeans have their own origin story? Do not they have their own material culture that you're completely dismissing and saying that it's Greek, in which he never makes the connection?
Yeah, right. Give me about 5 minutes, Elder.
You got it. Never makes the connection. Never makes the connection. So let me show you guys something else. Let me share my screen really quickly. Share my screen on this. I read this earlier. But we have Herodotus. Before we have the evidence of Judean kings talked about 300 years before Herodotus. Right? We can find that on the Taylor Prism. Right? Here we have Sennacherib also states, "Now fear of my lordly splendor overwhelmed that Hezekiah." And he confirms that the Judite king did indeed pay him tribute. We can read about this in 2 Kings 18 and 14, right? It is interesting to note that Sennacherib does not boast of destroying Jerusalem, but merely shutting up in his royal city like a bird in a cage. This would be consistent with the biblical description of God's rescue of his people and Sennacherib's return to Assyria without conquering Jerusalem. 2 Kings 19, 35, 36. Let me show you something else. He says that there's evidence of Judeans during the time of the Elephantine Jews. But what is their history? Let me show you guys something else. Let me show you guys something else here. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. See if I can make it a little bit bigger for you. There we go. This is the Persian Empire and the colony of Judah, right? Israel and Empire, a post-colonial history of Israel and early Judaism, right? I want to get down to, and it talks about the Persian Empire and the colony of Judah. I want to get down to the third section of this here. Let me get down to the third section of this here. Here we go. Judah as a Persian colony, right? It says the lack of extensive literary sources and archaeological data pertaining to Judah makes it difficult to reconstruct historically this period of Jewish history. And to be precise in interpreting the different responses of various political groups to Persian hegemony and cultural influence, the priestly documents' final redaction, the completion of the composition and redaction of Deuteronomy, and the Deuteronomistic history, Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, several prophetic texts, 3rd Isaiah, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, and emerging apocalyptic, Isaiah 24 to 27, and some of the writings, in particular the Psalter and the final form of the Book of Proverbs, provide some suggested indications of the social and religious life of this period of the Second Temple. The ideological agenda of these texts highlights Jerusalem, the high priesthood, the Torah, scribalism, and anticipate a rebirth of the Davidic dynasty and independence from the empire. The books of Ezra and Nehemiah, which among the 4 chronistic writings appear to have been finalized during the latter Persian period, offer at times different scenarios and dates, leading to increased difficulty to reconstructing even the major events of the Persian period. We are limited to generalizations and represent Jewish life in Persia. The significant returns from the exile in the late 6th century mentioned in the Deuteronomistic history and First Chronicles, the commissioning of Ezra and Nehemiah, and several prophetic proclamations. Yet there are some cultural materials in the forms of Persian inscriptions, papyri, especially from Elephantine, and coins that, when combined with the writings of Ezra, Nehemiah, and a few other biblical texts, allow an imperfect picture to emerge, at least of the resistance versus accommodation. The question to address to these texts and archaeological data here concerns the Jewish response to Persian imperial control and cultural influence, save for the possibility of an earlier attempt at insurrection during the time of the contested transfer of power to Darius I. Acquiescence to Persian rule was norm. At issue were resistance and cultural hybridity in Judaism during these 2 centuries of imperial rule. That is why I've even brought up again the Elephantine Jews, because it's the Elephantine Jews or the Elephantine Papyrus, because it's clear that they're yet hold the establishment of what we read about in the Tanakh. They're still holding on to the tradition that there is a priesthood that exists in Jerusalem that they're still getting instructions from. They're still receiving Torah from the high priest in Jerusalem, these Elephantine Jews. This only comes down from the law of Moses. That's the only thing these Jews in Jerusalem, the high priest Jonathan, would have been instructing them in. The Torah, nothing else. Nothing else. And it is Moses himself who is attributed as the lawgiver to which the Jews received the Torah. So to try to make the argument that because they didn't mention Moses by name, that they must not have understood or of the existence of a Moses. Instructions that Moses left in the Torah. So Moses is made up. It's impossible. It's impossible that Hecatanius made up Moses when we have things that came down from Moses or attributed to Moses well before the time of Hecatanius. It's ridiculous. Makes absolutely no sense. Makes absolutely no sense at all whatsoever. And the fact that we even have to deal with that, or that they even base their whole paradigm on that, is ridiculous. Here we go again. Let's look at what we have, right? Inscriptions of things that we know that exist in the archaeological record that existed well before the time of Hecatanius, right? This is from the book of Exodus, chapter 31, verse 6. The Ishma inscription, 1842, 1842 BCE. We see these names, right? But here's the name mentioned again. Not saying that this is the same person, but we see this same names being used over and over and over again, right? So we know that these Semitic names are being used. It's being used again here in Exodus 31 and 6. Now, this is not the same Hashem inscription that we're reading here. This is not the same. Let me make that clear. This inscription that we see here, this is not the same person we see here in Exodus 31 and 6, but we see that the same name is being used. The same names are being used over and over and over again, right? Again, let's look at Sinai inscription 115 circa 1842 BC. Let's look at this, right? It talks about Joseph and his two sons. If you describe with the Hebrew words, 617 Hebrews of Bethel and the beloved, right? The Berlin pedestal, 1550 to 1290 BCE. The Berlin pedestal is a stone inscription inquired with both in the Egyptian, right? What does it say? While the inscribed face is broken off, at the edges a sizable amount of imagery is preserved. 3 captives are displayed, tied together, the neck, and depicted in the classic Egyptian West Asiatic form, a general depiction of Middle Easterns. Statue-based relief fragment, the Egyptian Museum of Berlin, the broken name ring. On the right is the one in question. So it's right there circled in red. Each prisoner has a corresponding name ring labeling the country of origin for the prisoner in hieroglyphic script. With the vulture motif, the pure translation of this name ring, right, is Israel or Yashar, right? The name is unique. It is not known in this form, only in any topographical list. However, there's a real complexity to Egyptian spelling. The same hieroglyphs can sometimes represent entirely different sounds. R is also used to represent the sound L. As a modern example, many Chinese speakers use the sound R in L or for L. The city Rome or Roma translated Luama, right, which they used the R for, used an L for an R. Due to the form in the word, the final hieroglyphs are best translated as an L sound in representation of the Hebrew theophoric L. So here, basically what they're saying is that they're saying that this is the name of Israel, right? Listed here on the Berlin pedestal, right? And they go through it. Let's talk about Dr. Peter van der Veen and Dr. Christoph Theus concluded that the hieroglyphic name is best translated as Israel. The name then becomes clearly evident as Israel, right? Here we go in the Amarna letters, right? 115 and 1150 BCE, right? Much of the extant correspondence between Egypt and its Canaanite vassals was found in the form of cuneiform tablets in Amarna. Beginning in 1887, Egyptian raiders began digging up and selling the tablets, which were written primarily in the area's diplomatic language, Akkadian, right? Mentioned on the tablets is a people labeled the Aparu or Habiru. According to Pfeiffer and other scholars, the term, although similar sounding to the word Hebrew, was more of a social class description of groups of lawless, landless people who live outside the cities and attempt to raid them. We have archaeological finds, Telamona letters, which support the conquest under Joshua. One of the Telamona letters of 1400 BCE, right? And we can go on and on and on to talk about the establishment of these people, the Shashu of Yahoo, right? And here, when we get to the Moses Sinai inscription, 361, circa 1446, right? This is what we see here, right? Douglas Petrovich, right? And this is what Garfield railed against, right? Because I wanted to show you guys this. It says, our bound servitude has lingered. Moses then provoked astonishment. It is a year of astonishment because of the lady, right? And so here we have a layout and a diagram and a drawing of what was actually found in this particular inscriptions, right? I'm not going to even get into AI, get into that. But we clearly see here that the 361 inscription talks about the name of Moses. Do scholars debate it? Of course they do. Of course they do. Right? But when you start talking about this, you have, when you start talking about epigraphists, you have at least 6 or 7 different translations of one inscription. So there's no consensus of whether or not anyone says it's not the name of Moses or it is the name of Moses. What they're saying is they can't tell you if it really is or if it really isn't. But that's based on one person's epigraphic translations versus the next. You have so many that they're saying, nah, it's not this. Do you have another one say, no, it's not that one? Then you have one to say, no, it's not this. No, it's saying this. No, it's saying that. No, it's saying this. No, it's saying that. That's the issue with it. So when somebody comes around and say, oh, Douglas Petrovich's work is pseudo and no scholar agrees with him, that's a lie. That's just a lie. What they're saying is when you look at the translations and how many people look at it, everybody's walking away with their own translation. You got some that says, it could or it may not say Moses, or it may or may not. That's the argument. That's it. So let me just go back into this a little bit. Now, I really just wanted to continue to play a few things.
Names show up in the papyri as like
fair use
designations. The papyri were written in Aramaic, but they're in communication with the high priest Jonathan in Jerusalem. So they're in contact with their fellow Jews. Definitely, the Jews existed in earlier times. The kingdom of Judah since time of Hezekiah or earlier. There's no question there was a Jewish culture, and the Egyptians, they will have known about the Jews because they had Jewish mercenaries along with Greek mercenaries and others.
Right on the money. A garrison of Jews that helped to fight against. I think the Assyrians. They were there to fight against the Assyrians.
Mostly this particular colony. Others might have been, but this particular colony was at the first cataract of the Nile, and they were trying to protect from an invasion from, I guess you'd call it Ethiopia, further up river, further up the Nile. So they had this whole big military border colony there, and they existed for centuries. And they did have their own temple and lots of gods, and everything else that you said about him is true. I don't know which Darius it was. I think it's probably number 2 and number 3, maybe
it may have been number 3. It may have been number 3. That's highly possible, but it was one of those titled Darius.
Yarah, hold on, Yarah.
Yeah.
The question is, Russell. He's trying to ask that they would have known about the Jews and they would have known about Moses. But the issue with Elephantine is that there's no indication that that community even knew a Moses or Abraham.
No Exodus, no Moses, no Aaron.
That's incorrect. The temple itself.
Hold on, man, Yarah. Hold on, man. So respond to that, Russell. Respond to that. That's what he's asking you. He's asking you that.
No, that's not what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. I'm not asking the question. I'm making that statement because the fact that they had a temple tells us that they would only have gotten that from an account of what Moses had done, according to what Hecataeus had said later on. Hold on. They would not. Hold on 1 second. I'll be done. I promise. They would not have even had that idea if it wasn't for, and I will say this, if it wasn't for the mythos story of Moses. This is what I'm saying.
Where was they connected with that temple, Yarah? Isn't it the Samaritans?
No. These are not Samaritans.
Didn't pay.
No, those are not Samaritans.
Samaritans didn't pay for the construction.
No, those are not Samaritans. No, those are not Samaritans.
I guess what it is this, right, Brother Yarah, is that there are a people named Jew, right? They're existing. The issue that we have in here is this is the only time that we have these people really in Egypt where there is specific writing. And these people are corresponding with Jerusalem to try to find out about unleavened bread and all these other things of that nature. They are not talking about what the Passover is about the Exodus. They're not talking about Moses. That name is not mentioned in there. Aaron, Exodus. Hold on, brother. This is what we're talking about. So when we're trying to date this book or that foundational story, it is at that point, which is the most crucial time that we get to see that, and none of that is mentioned. Just because someone is a Jew or have this temple, you see they worship different gods in this temple, right? We don't know what they're not following the script of the book. It's like they never knew it. Or even the people who's corresponding with
everybody stop. Everybody freeze. Everybody freeze.
Yeah, y'all gotta stop.
Everybody freeze. Everybody
No, but it's true, Yarah.
Hold on. This is the point that Yarah is making. He's saying, let me just say what Yarah is saying. He's saying because there's a temple, there had to be a Moses. But what you're not getting is that when you read the Elephantine papyri, they're celebrating Passover, and it has nothing to do with Moses or the Exodus. They're celebrating something like an agricultural festival that has nothing to do with a Moses or Exodus. And that's what Rawbon is trying to tell you, that if Moses was a real guy that he's talking about, he would have mentioned Moses. They would have mentioned Moses and the Exodus. But they never mentioned that. But Russell elaborated on that.
Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead, Russell.
I'll toss in a little extra information. Where were there temples of Yahweh?
Now, here's where we have to understand what's happening here, right? So they're postulated simply because in the Elephantine Papyrus, Moses is not mentioned directly, that then this Passover letter has to be some type of agricultural festival. And they're writing to Jerusalem about the unleavened bread. This is about some type of agricultural festival because they're not mentioned in the Exodus when they're writing to these Jews about things that we read in the law in Exodus chapter 12, where it talks about the eating of the unleavened bread or using yeast during the time of the Passover. Like, Moses is not mentioned there by name, but we know this is a law given by Moses. Like, at some point in time, these arguments get to be pointless to a degree where they have to continue to make things up and pull things out from where they don't exist. right? They have to do that in order to make these arguments work. They have to say, well, because he doesn't mention Moses here, then that means Moses. Then they had no knowledge of Moses. How does that mean that? In any sense, in any sense of the word, when they're actually doing the practices that Moses laid out in the Bible, they're actually doing what he said. They're actually keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. But this is where we're going to end it, right? I've already been on past my time that I wanted to do. But again, appreciate y'all family for tuning in. I'll pick this up in another couple of days. I think I'm going to be doing something next on what's his name? Creflo Dollar. I'm going to be dealing with that. Appreciate you, Gideon, for coming on. Appreciate you for everybody in the chat, all your comments. Please like, share, and subscribe. And again, all praises to the Most High God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and to Yeshua HaMashiach. For those, he wants to come on the end. Let me see him. Let me get him on here. He's coming on the end. Google Scholar, what's good, brother? I don't have you muted, but I can't hear you. So you got to do something to your microphone, fam. I'm gonna give you a few seconds, Google Scholar. Go back out and try to come back in. Give this brother some time to jump back in. Wait for Google Scholar to jump on. I think here he is. Google Scholar, peace, fam, peace.
Peace. How you doing?
Good. How about yourself? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I wanted to come on before you close because there's a few points that I wanted to, see if I can talk about before you close the show.
Yep.
Wait, I think. How about now? I'm good, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So the first thing I want to say is that I don't think your characterization of what Russell was saying was accurate, right?
Okay. Uh-huh.
Basically, what I'm getting from you is that you think that he's saying that there was no Israelites prior to Ecatyrus of Abdera, and he was the one that invented the Israelites. And based on what I just heard and what I've read off his work, that's not what he's saying.
Yeah, that's not what I'm postulating. What I'm postulating is his point was, if there's no Moses, right? Because that's what he's saying. There's no evidence of a Moses, and this is where Hecataeus created his fictional character Moses. If he's saying there's no Moses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then any history or any understanding of what Judean material culture would have existed, which he agreed Judeans existed, right? If he's saying that there's no Moses, then the Torah is the catalyst of their material culture. It's their way of life, right? No. So if he's saying Moses never existed, if he's saying Moses never existed, then he's saying that their material culture then is what? Is it Greek? Is it Greek? Is it Egyptian? What is he postulating? He never makes that connection. He just simply says, "Oh, there's no Moses."
No, that's not. No, that's not what I get from what he's saying. All right. I can't speak for him because I'm not in his mind. But based on what he's saying, what I'm getting is that he's saying not that the Judeans never had a culture before the Torah. What he's saying is that the culture was there, even the laws would have been there. But they're saying the idea of a lawgiver, of a person who gave them that, the idea of Moses came later.
Okay, so if he says it came later, and I'm glad you're saying that, right? Even if he says it came later, right? This is why I took him back to Elephantine, right? Because I heard you say, well, why is Elephantine relevant? This is why I took him back to Elephantine, because Elephantine clearly, even though they don't mention Moses in the papyrus or even in the Passover document, even if they don't mention Moses by name, what we still see is a material culture that they're engaging in that, according to the biblical narrative in history, that this is how they would have seen it. They would have been practicing the Torah, which would have came down to them in their belief through Moses. They would not have been outside of that. If they're writing back to the Jews in Jerusalem,
but
to the high priest, right? What priesthood? What's the history of that Judaic priesthood? This is why his argument fails. And then I'll let you go real quick, because we have evidence of Judean kings that existed 300 years before Herodotus. We have archaeological evidence of these Judean kings, extra biblical sources of these Judean kings that existed, who attribute their history and their laws to Moses. So how can he say that Moses came later when we have extra biblical sources that predate that at least 300 years?
Okay, so first of all, you have evidence, extra biblical evidence of Hebrew kings. I'm not denying that. I don't think he's denying that. The part that I am denying is that you have evidence of them giving credence to Moses, that he was the one that brought the laws. That's in the Torah. That's in the Torah. But what we're saying is that the Torah is anachronistic writing. It's not describing the events as they happen. It's looking back and giving a chronology to their history. But what we're saying is, or at least what I'm understanding Wesley is saying, is that at the time when the Torah is written down, it's not when the events were taking place. So when the idea of Moses came into the picture, the laws or the culture, the material culture was already well established. The idea of Moses or a lawgiver came later. What he's trying to say is that the story of Moses was made up to give credence to or to give more legitimacy to the story of having those laws from a divine source. Now, I'm not saying he's right about that. I'm saying that's what he's saying, and that's not totally crazy given the evidence.
Well, okay, and I appreciate that. And I'm going to tell you why, again, let's slow this down, because I like where this is going. Let's slow this down, because this is exactly where he fails in the argument, and you brought it up. I think you articulated it very well, right? If we're saying we have extra biblical sources of Judean kings, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would have attested to Moses as their lawgiver. Do you disagree with that?
Well, they would have, but what I disagree with is that you don't have that in history. You only have that in the Bible.
Listen to what I'm saying. Well, no, that's not true. But would they have attested to that? these Judean kings that we see that exist in archaeological evidence, extra biblical sources, would they have attested their history to Moses?
Let's put it this way. If you have Judean kings prior to the 4th century BC, yeah, they should have attested to their laws coming from Moses. I am saying you don't have that in history. If you have that, then I need you to cite that evidence.
Great. Watch this, right? If you're saying that it's a possibility, then, right? Is that what you're saying?
Saying what is a possibility?
That they had.
That they had. I'm sorry, you went out. Hello? Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but I think you're muted or something.
But yeah, what's good, Google Scholar?
What's good? What's good, Gideon?
Nothing much, man. But yeah, that argument that he's making is totally based on wild speculation. You ask me.
Well, it's not. I don't think it is. I think you can disagree with the argument, but to say it's based on speculation, I don't think it is.
Well, throughout the conversation, he says it himself.
Says what?
Matter of fact, the whole discipline is built on speculation off of the evidence gathered. We all make conclusions off of the evidence. It's very rare in your whole body of what you're saying. Sometimes does the evidence speak directly to your point? That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I'm not even disagreeing with that, because we're talking about history, and when you're talking about history, you never have the perfect picture, right? There's always going to be holes and gaps, and there's always going to be things that you don't fully understand. But I do get his point, and I somewhat agree with that. The idea that we don't find Moses in history before the 4th century BC, I'm on board with that. I haven't seen any evidence of that. And I know Yarah alluded to
besides biblical, right?
Outside the Bible, yeah, of course, outside the Bible. I know Yarah alluded to the Elephantine guys, and that is not good enough evidence, because they're speaking of things that would have referenced the Exodus, because you can't have Passover according to the Bible. You can't have Passover without the Exodus, and yet they're talking about Passover, but they seem to have no knowledge of an Exodus. Now, I'm not saying they definitely didn't, because you can garner from the writing that they 100% didn't have knowledge of it. But what we are saying is, given the nature of what they're writing about, they should have been mentioning something about that. That's one thing. The other thing is that I noticed you went to the Sinai inscription, and I wanted to go through that because.
Well, before you go there, right? Let's talk about what the statement you just made, right? You said they had no. You said that the Passover is directly linked to the Exodus,
according to the Bible,
right? So is the Exodus also connected to Moses?
According to the Bible,
right? So are there other things connected to the Exodus that wasn't mentioned?
Well, not really.
Well, I mean, like Egypt.
Egypt?
Yes.
Yeah, well, they're writing from Egypt, so I don't know.
Right.
But
are they mentioned? Did they mention Egypt? Did they mention the Pharaoh?
No, none of that.
They mentioned none of that, right?
Yeah.
So
they mentioned the king, and they mentioned a bunch of other stuff. But what the point is, Yarah.
The point is this: is that because you guys are saying they didn't mention Moses, then that means they had no knowledge of the Exodus, but they're writing about the Passover, which is one of the most important things about the Exodus. The nature
That's
of
the
what
point.
they're asking, hold on. The nature of what they're asking is not about whether or not Moses existed. The nature of what they're asking is how they perform certain rituals of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That's what they're asking. So why do you guys, so hold on. So why are you guys trying to build on the straw man by saying, hey, listen, since they didn't mention Moses, then that means they don't have any, they must not have had any knowledge of Moses. That's that's a logical fallacy.
No.
The absence of evidence is the absence of evidence is not a fact in this case. I mean, you guys are
First of all, let me address.
Right?
Let me address what you just said, because I think what you just said is fallacious. The first and foremost point is we didn't go to the Elephantine. You went to it to prove that Moses existed, and you're using circumstantial evidence that.
No, I'm not using circumstantial evidence. I use ritual. No, I didn't. I use rituals that we find in Exodus chapter 12, specifically verse 18, that we know came down from Moses. Based on the narrative.
This is where it goes off the rail. You can't.
No, that's not where it goes
Bible.
off the rail. You can use the Bible. What are you talking about? It's called exculpatory evidence. If you're going to say something doesn't exist, then how can you go into it without basically saying, oh, you can't use that? You have to examine the evidence.
Right. Or you want to judge a source story, but don't want to go to the source story material.
I think you missed it. All right. You say that Moses existed because they're talking about the Passover, which is linked to the Exodus, right? We're saying that if they're talking about the Passover, at some point, we would expect to see some reference to Moses and the Exodus. Not specifically just Moses, but anything to do with the Exodus. You are using a circumstantial evidence, say, because you already you assume that what the Bible says is correct. So, because they're talking about something in the Bible that's associated with Moses, you are using that now to say, well, they're talking about it, so Moses must exist. And so you can't do history like that. No,
so
but
no, stop.
You can't do history like that, though.
Stop real quick. This is what you can't do. When you say you can't do history like that, you absolutely can. Watch what you guys are doing. You're saying because they don't mention Moses, then that means Moses didn't exist. You can't use history like that. Agreed?
That's not what I'm doing. And if you
no, yes, that's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You said because they don't mention Moses, then they had no knowledge of Moses.
I never said that. I specifically said when I was talking to Gideon, it's not 100% saying that there was no Moses. I explained that if they're talking about this as somebody who's looking at history, that's something you would expect to see.
Why?
But it is not. What do you mean?
Why?
If you're talking about something that is the foundation for your whole origin story.
But that's not what they're talking about, though. That's my point about the whole Elephantine peppers. That's my whole point.
They're talking about how. What?
That's it. No, I said go ahead.
They're talking about one point, how you go about making unleavened bread or how you get something from unleavened bread. And they're talking about the tradition of the Passover. But a tradition in the Passover. But I'm saying they should be mentioning something have to do with Moses or the Exodus or even the Levitical priesthood. They talk about stuff that's connected to the priesthood in the Bible, but it's not showing definitively that because they're talking about this, then Moses must have existed. You can't make that leap. You can infer that it probably did because this is saying that. But if you have no other corroborating evidence, then this is just not strong enough evidence to make that connection.
So what I asked you, something I asked, peace to anonymous Hebrew man, just hit the panel, man.
Peace to you,
Shalom,
Elder. Peace
shalom.
to
What's
you.
good?
Hey, shalom, Mark. What's good with you, kid? Hey,
Yeah,
peace to y'all brothers, man. I'm here. I'm just, I'm waiting my turn.
yeah,
Please.
yeah. I was gonna be short, man, and I'll let you. You know, whatever question you got, I'll jump in because me and this Google Scholar it'll just be circular at this moment. But go ahead if you want to jump in.
Yeah, I was talking to my son, man. Hold on. The concern that I have is by talking about this as if you haven't presented a scholastic historical method um, that goes into the historicity of these people that then proves their culture. So thereby, and I think it was Gideon that said it earlier, the science of archaeology isn't exact in that sense where we're always finding smoking guns of people's names, right? What we do find, like the brother has brought out today, is clear-cut material culture that would point to all of these people not being eponymous in the sense of not existing, right? When you go through, like he did with the Elephantine, but then when you start to walk back from there and go through all of the different cultural markers, I mean, they're talking about taking Judean kings. So you're telling me these people told the truth about everything up until the point of getting it right with Moses. This literally makes no sense. When you start to talk about the Habaru, all the scholars agree that they come in with a culture that resembles those actual Israelites that would have left from Kemet. And now, because of things like the cursed tablet at Mount Ebal, plus the ABCdery that we see in the various, like in the turquoise mines, we know that that is a specific group of people that had that writing. So this again speaks to the material culture in that these people are telling the truth and being right and exact in everything that they're talking about. This doesn't speak to a later recordation. This speaks to actual eyewitness recordation, especially when you get to the specifics of Jericho, right? The way that Jericho was destroyed happened exactly like it said it did in the Bible. I want to know where that writer gets all that detail because these are eyewitness accounts. So because of that, we have every reason to make the logical connection to Moses. I'll yield right there.
Okay, if I can respond to that, because the brother said a lot I didn't agree with. First of all, he said these are actual um, eyewitness writings. A lot of this we know just could not be, right? We understand, well, not me personally, but the scholars of
Eyewitness
detail of this.
recordations.
And I'm not even talking about
Because I want to
eyewitness
make it clear.
recordation.
Yeah, I want to
Let's
make it
go
clear
over it.
that
Yeah,
they're
I
passing
got that.
down, they're passing down that oral history, which then becomes codified.
Mhm. All right. I will give you that some of it maybe, but the writing of it, is definitely not contemporary with the events as they happen, right? Even a simple example as the book of Daniel. Scholars, this is not even a debate in scholarship, that Daniel has two different authors, right? And just by the Greek of the book of Daniel, it's two different authors from two different.
Yeah, but you got to say which field of people say that,
Hold on, bro.
because you have a whole discipline of biblical scholars, maximalists or minimalists, that wouldn't agree with that. But go ahead.
And even what Gideon said, that's an amazing point in itself, in and of itself. But I would still like to say what you've done is created an amazing straw man and then set it on fire. Right? The argument has never been that these writings are not from a different time, right? That they're not contemporaneous with the actual oral history or the recordation of the actual events that are happening. That's never been the argument. Now, if you want to say that because of that, that makes these writings less valuable or inaccurate or less trustworthy, then that's why we go right back into the material culture argument and we look at it. I even admitted that these things are later recordations or written acknowledgments of things that happened in the past. But now to say that it's not an eyewitness account, then I would ask, where do they get the specifics that explain to them how Jericho was destroyed? What book, what library in antiquity had all of those writings to that specific amount of detail? Also with the city of Hazor, also with the city of Ai, right, which has now just been discovered as well. The archaeology shows that the Bible was right and exact. Where did they get that recordation come from? That's what I want to know. Where does the writer of the book of Joshua get the detailed explanation of how Jericho was destroyed? Where does that come from?
Yeah, that's a great question. But he's not here to answer that.
Oh man, I ain't even looking. See why everybody want to dip?
So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I didn't kick him or anything like that. Just let the record show. He may have been overwhelmed or underwhelmed. I don't know. But again, he's back. So maybe he'll answer that. He's back. There you go, brother.
Hey, peace, Google Scholar. Can you answer that question for me?
Yeah, I didn't hear the I dropped.
Okay, yeah, no doubt. I was asking if this recordation of like the account with Joshua, right? Let's just take the Joshua account where they go and take the city of Jericho. Archaeology has proven that that account is right and exact, and that it happened around 1390 or 1395, somewhere like that, BCE. Maybe even 1405 is when they start to really make their assault into Canaan land. So if the archaeology proves that the biblical narrative of that is right and exact, I want to know where that later writer, where did they get that information from? What library, what historian did they go to get the recordation of the exact explanation of how Jericho was destroyed?
Well, first of all, I would contend that the Bible got the destruction of Jericho down to a T. It may have gotten that Jericho was destroyed, but when you say right and exact, I don't subscribe to that, and I haven't seen anything that says that. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen. The thing is, there are stories that have circulated all throughout that region. That area was not static. People come and go in that area for all this time. All right. The idea that there was a Jericho and it was destroyed that way, it is possible that this story was being passed down orally. Now, that in itself is not saying, okay, because this story happened or this destruction happened, then that means that Joshua was a real guy. It's not saying that, right? Because we know people have written stories and anachronistically and connected and invited individuals in those stories, right? And because we have a origin story that says that Moses was the guy, it don't necessarily now means because we can find the people, don't necessarily now mean that Moses was a real guy, right? You have to have
excellent point.
Some kind of other evidence to verify that. Yes.
Now let's bring the train back. So as you said, you're not familiar with the recordation or the account of Jericho according to archaeology that lines up with the Bible, correct? Are you familiar with a PhD by the name of Bryant Woods, Dr. Bryant Woods?
No.
Okay, so you're not familiar with Associates of Biblical Research at all?
I'm not that familiar with this information that you learned. Certain aspects of it I am familiar with, but I wouldn't claim to be an expert if that's what you're trying to get at.
Let me give you the update so you can understand. So the understanding now is that Jericho was actually destroyed in the 14th century, which would put it around, like I said, from 1405 to 1390, depending upon what scholar you're dealing with. The reason they know this is because of the pottery shards that have been found there, right? That's what kills Kathleen Kenyon's work. Originally, Kathleen Kenyon had said that Jericho was destroyed in 1500 something. But when Brian Woods comes and goes to all of the places around the globe and snatches all the pottery shards that they never categorized, eh, categorized, um, then now we see that it places the destruction of Jericho in the right time period. Then what we see is that when they destroyed it, it was just like the Bible said, it was in a time during harvest, because all of the vials that were left over were full of grain. The city was also burned. The walls of the city collapsed the exact way that the Bible said. Oh, but the most important thing is they found a house built into the wall, just like Rahab's house would have been built into the wall in Jericho in the Bible. Now, I'm not saying that that's Rahab's house, but I'm saying this proves right and exact eyewitness accounts of the city of Jericho in ancient times. So I ask again, since we're saying this redacted based on another memory, because that keeps being the insinuation, what memory or what recordation did they get the destruction of Jericho from? Because once again, the archaeology shows that it was right and exact with the Bible. I yield right there.
Yes, and I need to go here because I said it before, but you probably weren't listening. I'm saying there's nobody I'm not aware of anybody saying that the destruction of Jericho didn't happen. So if that's a real event in history, it's not shocking that the people that wrote the Bible had knowledge of this. It would have been passed down. The issue is not that events in history being recorded in the Bible. That's not the issue. The issue is that certain characters which the Bible has as historical people, we are not able to verify that they are, and that's the point. I can't say for sure that there was no Joshua or no Moses. I can't say that, but I'm saying the evidence does not show that there were. And the destruction of Jericho, even if the Bible can give you information on the destruction of Jericho, the exact day it happened, the time of day, it's not a verification that there was a Joshua.
Okay, question, and I keep asking you this and I can't get an answer, so I'll make it simple. Where did they get that recordation from? Where did they get the recordation? Because you keep saying that it's possible that they had it, I want to know, where does it exist? Where does the recordation of the destruction of Jericho exist to show where they would have got that memory from? Where does that exist?
I don't know. It doesn't exist anywhere that I know of, except in the Bible.
So that's why, well, archaeology speaks to it as well. So that's why we have the confidence that Joshua actually existed, because the Bible is, hold on, listen, relax, Google Scholar. This is how historicity works. This is the historical method.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll go ahead and that one obviously got you. So go ahead and finish, and then I'll respond once you're done.
No, what you're saying is because the destruction of Jericho happened, that means that's evidence that Joshua was real. And I'm telling you, that's not how history works. It's not. We know that there are things in the Bible, events which the Bible talk about that actually did happen. That does not make everything the Bible say right, because we know the things that the Bible gets wrong. So let's not try to pretend that, okay, the Bible talks about Jericho, we find Jericho like the Bible say, so that means that Joshua was real. No. I mean, it suggests that it may be, but that's not enough evidence.
Hey, if I could say so, Anonymous, you still speaking with him?
Yeah, I'm here. No, you can finish it, huh?
Okay. So Google Scholar, this is what I want to know from you. So basically, what Gurmerkin was saying was that Hectaeus invented Moses, right? Pretty much.
No, I don't think that's what he was saying. He was saying that the origin story with Moses was the first person that recorded that was Hectaeus. and he believes that the
The
Jews,
first person to record his origin story was Hectaeus.
well, record any origin story with Moses was Ecataeus, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And
'Cause I want to
he
be clear with
believed,
what you standing behind before I make my comment.
no, that's his story. That's as far as I can see a historical fact. Whether or not his what he takes from that is he believes that the story of Moses and Ecataeus is actually is what the writers of the Bible draw on to create the story of Moses in the biblical text. That's what he believes. I don't I don't know if there's enough evidence to make that leap, but the reason why I got on Yarah is that Yarah is saying that there's evidence of Moses in history before that. And I don't think there is. I think all the evidence prior to that are either bad scholarship or are suggestive, but it's not indicative.
No, let me give you one source that proves what Yara was saying. Okay, and see, we as believers in the Torah, we don't have the luxury that you guys have, because what you guys can do is you can make an argument in one space and use all the evidence in that space, but then go to another space and make another argument, but totally contradict the past argument that you said before. Like we can never contradict the Torah. But let me show you how you guys contradict yourselves, even if you just attempting to think that can be true. So one thing y'all guys like to say, oh, the Bible was composed in the 7th century. You see? And when you look at the Torah, and the reason why y'all say it, y'all say, the Babylonians did it. I heard some people say Ahura Mazda, is the inspiration behind the Torah. All of that. Y'all demeaning the scriptures. But in this argument, y'all saying that to discredit the older, later date that's given to it.
Gideon, right.
But really what it is, you guys are giving it that date to deny the prophecy, because a lot of y'all scholars don't believe in the prophecy in the Bible. So y'all go to the time when a lot of it was fulfilled, which is in Daniel's time in Babylon. And the consensus of scholarship says that Daniel, although I disagree, they say the Bible was written and made up in the 7th century. So even if we go with that, y'all argument is destroyed, because when you go to Daniel, and I have it right here, Daniel chapter, let's see, Daniel chapter 9:11, it says, yea, all Israel have transgressed thy law, even by departing, that they might not obey the voice. Therefore the curse is poured upon us, and the oath that is written in the law of Moses, the servant of Yah, because we have sinned against him. So the consensus of scholarship, albeit I don't agree with it, says the Bible was composed in the 7th century, which is at least several centuries before Hectaeus. So when a person makes that argument, that argument alone should stop you and be like, nah, that can't be true. But if you still, so what would you say to that?
Okay, first of all, I don't agree that the Bible was written in the 7th century, and I don't think that's the consensus of scholars. All right, you have, like you said, you have minimalists and maximalists. As far as I'm aware, the minimalists hold that the Bible was written somewhere in the 3rd century BC. Well, not written, but compiled in the 3rd century BC. There are various books, and they were written at different times. And even some books are a pastiche of different collections. Like, for example, the book of Isaiah, it has material, according to scholars, that spans at least 4 centuries. with the book of Daniel. The book of Daniel is not one book per se either. It has material that was written over at least 3 to 4 centuries. Some parts of Daniel dates to the 3rd century. Other parts, they're saying the earlier parts dates to like the 6th century. So it's not what you're saying about the Bible being written in the 7th century. I don't think there's any scholar that hold to that. They may hold to certain books being written at that time, but not the entire scripture. And as far as the compilation of it as one text, that was done sometime in the 3rd century in Alexandria, according to what scholars that I've read, and even Russell Gmerkin also says this. So yeah, I wouldn't agree with you, and I wouldn't agree with that idea that that's prophecy either.
Okay. One more thing, right? So at the 1 hour
Okay.
and 52 mark, right? I'm just gonna say this at the end. Gmerkin says he also agrees with me, or with he says that Manetho is stating that he has drawn his sources from ancient earlier Egyptian traditions, wherein he also says that Hectaeus, he gets his from the Greek tradition. So with those two opposing sources, with that being said, you guys prefer to take the Greek side of the matter as opposed to believing the ancient African who's saying that that's coming from ancient Egyptian sources. So
No,
explain why
Gideon.
you choose to take the Greek side over the Egyptian side, and then you
Gideon,
can speak with Anonymous.
Gideon, you're just wrong about that, right? Manetho is what, 2nd or 3rd century BC. Meanwhile, Echetheus is 4th century. So
He's
Echetheus,
earlier, but I'm saying Manetho is saying he's getting it from an earlier source than Hectaeus himself.
what are you talking about?
Manetho,
Manetho,
when he's explaining the history, he's getting that from earlier Egyptian sources.
no, you say he got that from the Egyptians, right? The Egyptians. But
Okay,
Manetho
that's not
himself was an
the same
Egyptian.
thing.
But Manetho
Ancient,
was an Egyptian.
he's getting it from Egyptian sources. Isn't the same thing almost as
And,
Egyptian history?
and who does Echetheus say he gets it from?
The Greeks himself, within the Greek paradigm. He
No,
doesn't.
Echetheus, no, I think you misunderstand. Echetheus is writing in the 4th century. He's a Greek author, but he's writing origin story about the Greeks, but he's using Moses and other characters in the Levant. So it's complicated that way. But Echetheus' story, we know, is not a real story. He's making up a story. We can tell that, but he's using sources, Greek sources and Jewish sources.
All right, let me play this right quick.
That was a little bit later, and the book of Exodus also has some echoes of Manetho as well. But like it's wrote in the Green Book, the Exodus account is really defending against Manetho and says, we didn't enslave you guys, you enslaved us. And we weren't the bad guys in that whole scenario. So, because the story was circulating, Manetho's story, by then. And so they had to defend themselves against it. So, but then, so Manetho, he drew on native Egyptian tradition.
You hear that?
But Hecataeus drew on Greek tradition.
You hear that? So which one did you choose? You see
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying? You
I'm
guys
saying
are choosing the Greek tradition, but go ahead.
that's two different things, Gideon. He's saying that this Exodus story is polemical against
But
Manetho.
listen, you're missing the point. What I'm saying is, Gmerkin just said Manetho is drawing from native Egyptian sources, whereas Hectaeus is just getting his from the Greek paradigm. All I'm saying is you guys are choosing the latter, but you guys always do that. Like any ancient black person that's speaking for Israel, you guys slight him, you discredit him.
Oh, that's where you're
But
going. Oh my God!
but no,
All
I'm
right.
just so just explain why you choose the Greek version instead
Oh,
of
it's not.
Manetho's native African version. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I didn't understand that's where you were going with that, bro. Manetho and Echteus are writing at two different times. They're telling different stories. I'm not choosing to go with either side. I'm looking at the information and determine which is most probably true. That's all that is. I don't know why.
Right, and you're going with the Greek version.
I don't know
You're
why
going
with
with the Greek
with
version. You're
you.
saying the Greek version is better. That's all. I'm not, that's what it is.
Gideon, I don't know why with you everything is about race or about Africans and non-Africans. The
No,
Israelites.
I'm just pointing out who
Hey,
you're giving the credibility to.
yeah, Google. We just sticking to the information, man. We're not getting into any,
Yeah,
why.
but that's
We're
but,
not.
but I don't know why you went there.
Well, listen. We're not talking about. We're not talking about that. He simply asked, and you said it yourself. Hecateus recreated a fictional story.
It was.
Okay, got you. Did Manetho claim to be creating a fictional story?
No, but there's
Hold on,
scholars.
stop right there. What Gideon is asking you, why are you choosing to build your argument then on what you know is a fictional story versus what Manetho wrote?
Wait, I'm not building my argument about what
No,
is
I'm just saying, okay, you're not doing it, but Gurmerkin is doing it. Clearly.
No, you're totally misunderstanding. My contention with you, Yarah, from the beginning was you're saying that you have evidence of Moses before Echteus. And I'm saying I haven't seen any evidence of Moses before Echteus. You went to Elephantine and the Sinai inscriptions, and none of those validate Moses. So that's what
Why don't they validate Moses when I showed you Moses' name in in Douglas Petrovich's translation?
Yeah, but Douglas Petrovich's translation is erroneous, and
hold on. Based on what evidence?
Let me share. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, because then you're going to have to go through all of the other 6 or 7 translations that also exist besides his.
Hey, can I just ask one quick question? What are you
ahead.
looking for in terms of verification or recordation of Moshe? So that's what I just want to understand now. Like, what's the goalpost now to prove Moses? What is it that you want to see?
I'm not even trying to prove or disprove Moses. I'm challenging.
No, bro, you can't do that. You can't sit here and say that you don't accept the evidence that we're saying and then not say, oh, well, here's what would be acceptable. Like, nah, that doesn't work in academia, right? You don't get to be the hungry wife and not pick something. Like, listen, either you're saying that our information is wrong, or it doesn't add up to prove Moshe. So I'm asking then, from your perspective, what is the measuring stick for the improving the existence of people in an ancient culture when we can't really prove most of the civilizations from that time period unless they're writing to the Egyptians and they're writing about the Israelites? So I'm trying to understand, what are you looking for in this time period? That's all. And then y'all can finish. What are you looking for?
Something extra biblical that talks about Moses.
Something that says Moses' name, basically.
Well, not just Moses' name, because Moses is a name. It could be that there are other people called Moses, but it would have to be something that shows the particular Moses. So you're saying you want me to tell you something, and then when I say you say it's wrong. You have to show that this is the Moses of the Bible. You can't say this guy existed and then show just the name Moses. You have to be Moses, and something have to connect to show that this is the Moses. What if you find something that says Moses up in Turkey? Would we accept that that's the biblical Moses? No.
It would depend on the context. Yes, we would. Yes, we could. It would depend on the context. It would 100. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yes, it would 100% on. It would 100% depend on the context. So that's what I'm saying. If you're telling us, hold on. So we're telling you that the actual writings in the Bible is that recordation, and you reject that, and then we're asking you. So that's why I'm asking you once again. Where did the writers, whoever you're saying the writers are, If you're saying it was written in the 6th century, or if you're saying it was written in the 3rd century, 2nd century, whenever you're saying it was written, where did they get these pertinent details of all of the information that we see in the Tanakh? Where did that information come from? Because you just said you don't know any book in antiquity that speaks directly to the details of the destruction of Jericho. So once again, these people are right and exact with their information. We have every reason then to believe their account of Moses, especially when we start to see a timeline and a pattern. I'm gonna stop interrupting. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, so once again, I'm gonna answer you like this. An historical event happening is not verification that a guy that they said was there. All right? You keep doing that. You can't do history like that, right? There are many things in the Bible that the Bible said happened, didn't happen also. All right? Like the Exodus. But let's not even go into that. What we're saying.
Whenever you want that smoke, that's what I knew this was. So whenever you want that smoke, you can get it on the clock. You definitely don't want it now.
I'm not even going there.
Yeah, because you can't. Because you're a Google scholar. I'm a real scholar.
Yeah, you're a real scholar. I'm a Google scholar. But let's stick to this. All right?
Yeah, let's stick to it and talk about the Exodus then.
Okay, so
yeah,
you're trying to make me lose my train of thought. You keep saying that where are these people getting the information from? There are many sources of information. They're pulling information from real historical events. They're also making up some stuff. All right? So in order for you to say, okay, the Bible says Moses was real, so Moses was real. The only way you could make that inference is that you have to show that everything in the Bible is 100% true. You can't do that. So because you can't do that, when the Bible makes certain fantastical claims, we have to go to history to verify it. All right? If we can't verify it, then me personally, and as a rational thinker, I can't accept it without corroboration.
Let me respond.
And that's how anything works.
So the first mistake is you're lying now by saying that we don't go to history and bring out any proof. That's a blatant, bold-faced lie. We have more sources and credibility than the people who are attacking the Bible. For instance, you'll tell me that these stories are something that I can't trust or that it's not right and exact, but you won't give me any source that tells me that the Bible is lying. All you can say is the Exodus never happened. And then when I come and show you the time period of the Bible saying that the Exodus happened, and you find all the players that are on the field, everything right in in its place, 1446 BCE. Do you want the smoke?
1446. Hold on. I'm going to show you that you guys, everybody got a different
show you.
Everybody got a different
whoa. Stop. Wait, stop. Don't take me to everybody. You're dealing with me.
No.
Don't run to everybody. Deal with me. You asked me when it happened. No, you asked me when it happened. I said it happened 1446 BCE, and that's according to the Bible. Prove me wrong, sir. Google up and prove me wrong. Don't show me everybody else's line. Don't show me. If you're making the claim, then prove me wrong.
Listen, everybody got a different date for the Exodus. Right? I just came on here and talked to Yarah. Yarah, no, you're gonna let me speak or not? If you don't want me to speak, fine. Yarah just came on here and says the Sinai inscription 361 mentioned Moses. That's what he said. Now you got Moses at 1446 BC. The Sinai inscription is 18th century BC. So how do you have Moses 18th century BC when the Exodus happened in 1446 BC? You guys are just all over the place with this stuff.
That's not what I said.
You said
you are so mistaken. You are so mistaken. What is wrong with you, man?
That's not what I said.
Yarah, you didn't
I'm gonna show you what I said. No, I can show you what I said.
The Moses inscription doesn't date to that. There's another Sinai inscription that dates to later than that. And we use that to prove the writings. We use that to prove the actual Hebraic writings or the Israelite writings that are on the stones long before we see it. See, you don't know the information. I can do this off the top of my head, bro.
Yarah.
We've been doing this for years.
Yarah.
Yes.
Yarah.
Yes, I'm
Did
here.
you or did you not say Sinai inscription 361 has Moses on it?
No, I'm gonna show you what I said.
Wow. Earlier the other day you said
Hey, but hold on.
346 and
Hey, hold up.
347.
Yeah, I
Hey,
did.
hold up. No, hold up. Now listen. Now let's say he did say that. Either he made a mistake, or that's something that me and Yarah would even debate. We don't run from smoke. If we got a disagreements, then we'll have it. But to sit here and act as though that and somehow negates what I asked you, I want you to deal with me, fam. I said 1446 BCE according to the text. I can prove it right now off the top of my brain. With sources, where are yours? I never see anything that proves us wrong. And then when we beat y'all up on something, then it's just run to the next thing or call us irrational Bible believers, like we just up here thumping and ain't giving
No,
no
you just find something
archaeological
that you think you can latch on. And I didn't come here to debate the Exodus. I came here to talk to Yarah about his claims about Moses in history before 4th century BC.
Moses is the Exodus. That's why we're here. We're gonna keep
Right.
going here because y'all keep running to the same spot.
Right.
And
You
then
wanna
when
run
we
to
run
them
to that
because you
spot
think
with
you
y'all,
can-
and then when we run because when we run to that spot
No,
with y'all,
let's-
now listen, bro, listen. This is why you're getting upset, because when we run to that spot with y'all, you find
I'm
out
not
that you
getting
have no
upset.
response. That's why you
I'm
have no
not getting
response.
upset.
Watch this.
I
The
want to
reason we
talk
stay
about.
here,
Listen,
the
I
reason we're
want to
staying
talk
here with
about.
Moses is because all the events of the Exodus prove Moses.
No, it
His
don't.
father being named Ra Moses, him being
Who
the
made that
only
up?
person that would have grew. I made it up. So there's not a person named Sinamut that has a father named Ra Moses. I made it up. There's not a person named Sinamut in that time period that worked for Hatshepsut, that was the vizier and
How
disappeared in
about you do this?
1488.
How
Stop
about
talking and disappeared in 1488 BCE.
how about you do this? How about you show me Moses in history before 4th century BC? That's what
I
I've
just
been
showed
asking.
you Sinamut. I just showed you Sinamut.
That's not Moses.
Oh yeah, that's Moses.
Now you just
Oh, that's Moses.
No, I
Oh, that's
want you
Moses.
to show me Moses in
And,
history
and
before
Google
4th
Scholar,
century.
you're bumping 200 years on the Sinai inscriptions because they really is 16th century BC dated,
Who?
Yeah.
and that's not an exact date. So
It's not even an exact date, bro.
Sinai inscription 361 is dated to 16th century, Gideon.
listen, I'm about to read it. The Sinaitic inscriptions are archaeological remains that are among the earliest examples of alphabetic writing. The writing, hold on, let me go to this because I don't want to read all this. It says, okay, apparently influenced both by Egyptian hieroglyphic writing, and this is Britannica, and by the Canaanite writing system, 1900, 1800 BCE, probably ancestral to the North Semitic alphabet. The Sinai inscriptions date from about the beginning of the 16th century. See, what you did was when you seen that 1900, 1800 BCE, you stopped reading and just ran with it. But according to Britannica, is approximately, which means about 16th century.
16th century is still 200 years
Which is the
before.
year, which is the year
150
that
years
Moses
before.
was born. Which is the
Moses
century
was
that Moses was born. Moses was born in
Moses was born
1526.
16th century.
Yeah, he was born
And
1526 BCE.
so
Yes.
And
when
every
did he
system of carbon dating gives at least a
when did he die?
variance of at least 50
Of 100
years.
years. Yep, 50 to
Right,
100 years. Right,
right.
Gideon. Right.
When did Moses
And
die?
that's why
I
Manfred
have
B-Tech
here.
that's why B-Tech is whooping everybody to death on carbon dating right now. Because if
Okay,
that's the
I
case,
have.
now I'm gonna start going into your account of the Thera eruption. I want you to tell me when it happened, where's the account of it, and then we're gonna go into the whole Exodus story.
Okay, let's go here. I have here that the Sinai inscriptions is dated between 1700 and 1500 BC.
All right then.
Clearly, that's
Man,
it's
You
carbon
killed
dated.
yourself. You
you just shot
helped out
yourself.
the argument you against. You helped that
Hold
position.
on.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Man.
Hold on. 1700 to 1500, you take a median date that give you 1600 BC. That's 17th century. No, he
Okay, you
said
give a
40.
median date
Hold
just
up.
to be fair and
That's
balanced. But
how
if you
you
have
do carbon dating.
information, if
That's
you have
how you do
additional
carbon dating.
information, then you can tilt it towards that date. But giving it a median is just being fair to both both sides. What are you talking about, man?
Okay,
Hold on, but
bro.
if you give it a median, hold on. If you give it a median, that puts it at 1600, correct?
17th century, yes.
No, 17th century is 1600. 1600 within.
That's what I just said.
I ain't finna, bro. It can't. If you're saying it's, what are the years you saying it's between? Tell me your in
If
between.
you give it 1600, that's 17th century. All right.
Okay, so you're saying it happened in 1600. You're saying you're saying that is you're dating it at 1600. And guess what you just did? And guess what you just did?
What did I just do?
What Gideon said you were going to do. You're going to miscalculate it and date it a certain time because you wanted to fit your narrative.
I never did that. I never
exactly
did
what
that.
You did.
I give them.
Yes, exactly. No, I'm gonna tell you why. Because you didn't go to the. You didn't go. You didn't. Hold on.
Carbon
the only reason.
Carbon dating goes between
the only reason.
Yeah.
The only reason you do a median date when you're doing historicity or historical work is when you know that these people would have been in that time period. When you have more evidence that leads you into another direction, you're supposed to follow that evidence. You refuse to follow the evidence. You want to pull up and sit there and rest. Listen and listen. Stop talking and listen, bro. You want to pull up at one spot and wait there, but you don't want to go over the information that we're showing you actually explain.
I'm gonna show you how you're unreasonable. All right, let's go with 1500 because I can't use the median date. I'm supposed to use the earliest date. 1500. 1500 BC, we have an inscription talking about an event that happened 1446 BC. Explain that to me.
That's not what. What does the inscription say? Now you just lied again. What does the inscription say?
The inscription, according to Yarah, is talking about Moses.
What did the inscription say? You said it was talking about the Exodus. You just lied. What does the inscription say?
The inscription is talking about Moses.
Right, so that's not talking about that's not talking about the Exodus. Be careful.
Is it saying? What is
right?
It saying?
There's nothing from Egyptian records that's giving any type of props to Moses during the time of Exodus. It would be the years before he was 40, because that's when he was in Egyptian royalty, bro. So that's when you would see it. But go ahead, Google Sky. Anonymous, continue taking this brother.
Anonymous is dancing.
Continue taking this brother past Google, like you said.
Anonymous is trying to dance out of this one. What is Sinai inscription 361 saying?
I don't think
it mentions Moses.
Look, I'm gonna say this. No, listen. Now, actually, I do know because I just lied. I take that back. So forgive me. I'm not gonna say it. I want you to tell me because you're sitting here making the accusation. So I want you to tell me because I asked you earlier, which is what everybody loves to do with me. Everybody loves to not answer the question that I asked them and then run back and ask it to me. It's not working.
Then you ask you a question. Yeah.
right. No, I'm asked. No, I asked you specifically. What does the inscription say, brother?
I don't. It's not on me. You're saying it mentioned Moses. I'm saying it doesn't. So you got to show me Moses on it, and you're gonna tell me how it talks about Moses in 1500. Go ahead.
Okay.
Read the inscription.
Let me say this. First of all, I never said to you 361 mentions Moses.
You said 346 and 347.
Right. That's what I said.
And it doesn't mention
Moses. And don't those date to like 12th or 3rd century BCR? What are the dates on those? Yeah, that's what I thought. Now, let me shoot now. Let me shoot. I just wanted to make sure. Let me shoot. Now I'm pulling out the long gun on you. I'm gonna put you to sleep since you saying I'm dancing. I'm gonna dance on your grave. Now, here's where you messed up at. I gave you a pass and you still smoked it. Now I'm gonna dunk it. When you deal with the Moses inscription, the reason that it's important is because it is after the Exodus. It's 200 years after the Exodus. And so what it becomes is an oral explanation of what happened. Now, let's get busy. Since you want to talk about we can't date it, what year, even Israel Finkelstein, who is y'all God when it comes to this, does he say that David and Solomon's temple never existed? No, he says it was smaller than what it is. And he attests that temple would have been around 960 to 970 BCE. So now let's go into the recordation. According to 1 Kings 6:1, 480 some odd years before that is when the Exodus happened. When you do the math, from 966 to 1446 is when they're saying it happened. Now let's go into the material culture. According to Manfred Betek, who nobody plays with. Nobody calls him a quack. Nobody goes against him. He says that Avaris was abandoned out of nowhere in 1446, which would have been at the end of most of the third reign or at the beginning of Amenhotep's second reign. In my opinion, when you see this, they were reigning concurrently. We know that all these slaves left, and they left doing sacrifices because when they do the archaeology, they killed a bunch of sheep and goats in their first year of life. And then even furthermore, that's why we see Amenhotep II run up there and snatch 100,000 Semites because he needed to replace his slave labor. Who are you playing with? You have not done the research. All of this is simple right there in Manfred B. Tech's work. You need to go read it. You need to study it. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
So yes.
I'm glad I have no idea what I'm talking about, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is
do that Tootsie Roll.
And you are going all over the place talking about what I'm not talking about. I want you to provide me evidence that the Sinai inscription is after the Exodus. Go.
He just did, and I just did. So I'll say it to you again.
No, you just said something.
No, hold on, listen. No, listen. I'll say it to you again. Okay, let's do simple math.
So I don't want to do math. I want evidence.
Oh yeah. Hold on. This is the evidence. This is how we do. This is yeah. Hey, look. This is how we arrive at the conclusion.
Let me share my screen.
Hold on. Before and after, when we're dealing with timeline, means I have to do math. Even my children know that. If I'm saying that the Exodus happened in 1446, and then the inscription is dated to 1200 or 1300 BCE, that means, sir, that's after. That's math. 14 minus 12 is 2. That means 2 centuries later it is being spoken about. And I already proved to you that according to the biblical narrative and an extra biblical source, Israel Finkelstein, that Solomon's temple would have been living or would have been rendered at a certain time. And then according to the biblical narrative, 480 years before that is when the Exodus happened. Once again, bro, I ran your pockets. You're ignoring everything, and I'm doing everything that you want me to do. Next.
Yeah, that's pretty much wrapped it up.
That's done, bro. Like I don't even gotta keep playing with you. I ain't even gonna keep playing with you, bro.
Yeah, your screen is showing, brother.
Okay.
But are you about to respond to what? Are you responding to what Anonymous just said?
What Anonymous is talking about is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this. Anonymous want to debate about the Exodus. I didn't come here prepared to debate about the Exodus. He thinks he sees something that he can debate me in to distract away from what I'm talking about, right? But that's not what I came here to talk about. I came to talk about the Sinai inscription, and you guys saying there's Moses on it. There is no Moses.
Right, go back up. Go, hold on, stop. Look at your information. Let's go back up to the top where it says the Moses inscription. Go back up for a little bit. What does that say? Moses and the Sinaitic inscription?
Yeah, that's it. Herbert G. May. Oberlin Goddard School of Theology. What exactly are you wanting to get there?
No, I'm saying is that what you were trying to bring out?
Yeah, no. This is where I'm taking this particular part of the information from, in terms of the dating of the Sinai inscription.
Okay.
Right. Do you see the date where the?
No, I don't see any date. What are you pointing at?
Let me read it for you. Let me go to the carbon dating section. Here. It says, apart from sound philological and epigraphic considerations which Grimm's reading a monstrosity, there are many historical reasons why his interpretation is incredible. It goes on to give that, but I want to go here. So the most plausible date is, as most scholars agree, near the end of the 12th dynasty, that came to an end in 1780 BC. Do we see that? Is that on the screen share?
Hold on. You said the Sinai inscriptions are much earlier than this, probably at least 300 years earlier. The most plausible date is, as most scholars agree, near the end of the 12th dynasty, which came to an end in 1780 BCE, perhaps during the reign of Amenemhet III. Now, go back up to the previous paragraph. I want to show you something you skipped over.
That's the previous paragraph.
Go back up one more. I'm gonna get to it.
There.
Go back up one more, because you came down quite a bit.
I came down to show you what he says about the dating, but if you want to go to a particular point, I can go there.
Yeah, I want to go back up to the point where it says that not all of the Sinaitic inscriptions were dated at the same time. Because clearly what we're talking about Sinaitic inscription 346. Because the only one that I see that you're reading from is 373. When we're talking about 346.
No, I'm dealing with all of it. This is all about all the
No. They are not all dated at the same time period.
No.
So when we're talking about, hold on, listen to what I'm saying. If we're talking, you were reading just now, it was specifically dealing with Sinaitic inscription 373.
No.
It wasn't?
No.
Okay.
This was dealing with all of the Sinaitic inscription that Grimm claims that mentions Moses. So it's 46, 47, 61, 73, and I think a couple others. I can't remember all of them, but it's dealing with all of them. See, that's why it's the
Show me that, because that's not. I don't think that's what your
topic of the topic of the article is Moses and the Sinai inscriptions. Inscriptions, not one, and it goes into all of them. I've also other sources that deal with this. I have Sinai. This is Sinai. If you see my screen, this is Sinai 346, and the transliteration by Hebrew scholars and epigraphers. Do you see my screen showing that?
Yeah, I see that.
That's 346. There's no mention of Moses on there.
Keep going down.
Oh, I can. I'll go back there.
Right, because do you know what the argument is? Do you know what the argument is with this?
What is?
Do you know what the argument is?
Yeah, I've read the history. What happened is that the guy that found the tablet, he was the first one to translate it, and his translation was basically wrong. He translated the word MS and inferred that was Moses. But when
hold on. Now, where's the evidence that says his translation is wrong? Because what you showing is only one argument against that, when there are several different ones that exist about this particular translation.
Okay, this is one argument here that's showing that this is wrong, and the article that I was showing you was another argument that's showing that gives a totality. This is a response. This is a response, and all these articles I'm showing you are from believers.
What's the date on that article? Because I'm going to after you do this, then I'll show you my article.
Okay, this article is old. It's from like maybe 1930s.
Right. Okay.
All right. This one is responding to the first guy that translated it it as Moses.
Right.
All right. This is real time. This is a website, early Semitic Rebly.com. these are actually real time done by Jewish
Well, hold on.
scholars.
This is not a new translation. This is a translation that they're just quoting from a previous translation.
No, this
not a
is
new
their
translation.
this is their translation.
Did you hear my question? This is not a new translation.
What do you mean new?
They're not. They're translating this based on an older translation. They're just
No, this
reiterating.
is their translation that they're giving.
Show us that.
It says it in the notes here.
No, that's not. No, it doesn't say that. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
See that right there?
Hold on.
See at the bottom? Source, Grime, 1923.
Yeah, that's the source for these.
No,
it's not
bro,
a source for the translation.
You, that is the source for their translation. They're only reiterating Grimes' translation. They're not giving a new one. No. Look at what that says right there in that article. It says this inscription is one of the, hold on. It says this inscription is one of a series of discoveries on this Semitic alphabet made by Flanders Petrie. The phrase, right, Basata Balath, was finally translated by A.H. Gardner. The inscription was referred to as a Proto-Sinaitic inscription 346 by the phrase itself. Here's the image of that inscription. Start from the third letter going down. And as you continue to read down in this article, sir, they're not making any new contemporary translations. They're not. They're only telling you. Let's show me where they're making a new translation.
All right, let's move to this one. This is 347. It's
go back and show me where they're making a new translation from what you just showed us.
I'm about to.
That's not 347. That was 346.
Yeah.
You're going to something.
Okay, right. Let's go back to it.
Right. Now show me the new translation, the new updated translation.
All right, you're right about that. That's not saying that this is their translation.
Right. Now let's go.
I got another source.
Well, let's go to your next one. Because all I'm saying, Google Scholar, is I know what the argument is about Douglas Petrovich's translation of Moshe.
No, this is not. I haven't reached Douglas.
I'm saying what I presented before, right? And I have a correspondent. Hold on, I have a correspondent extra biblical source on the same translation that agrees with Douglas Petrovich, someone completely different. So I'm going to show you that, right?
Okay.
Not just Douglas Petrovich. I have more than one scholar that agrees that it gives the name Moses or Moshe.
Okay, all right. Do you know who this is?
I don't see anything right now.
This also gives the translation. What's the name?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how to say his name.
Is that Kremlov?
Yes.
Is that Kremlov?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now look what Kremlov says. Hold on before you move too fast. Go down to his translation, and this is not Douglas Petrovich's translation, but go down to Kremlov's translation. Right. Mm-hmm. Now let's read what he says. Among the first of the inscriptions discovered by Petrie, right? Mm-hmm. He says the small cuboid statue, also called block for crouching stone, well-known Egyptian form, that lay in the situ in the hall of Grotto Shrine of Hathor, where it had been placed in antiquity, inscribed on the front and right side of the statue is its dedication, Sinai inscription 346. Watch this, written in form A, in the word order, direct object, this verb he made, plus subject John, indication reads, his Moshe, right there. You see that word right there? Masha's wife presented to this Bala on behalf of her husband, on behalf of the chief of the miners, Mashe, or he has in parentheses, Moses, right? Then he has it spelled out there. That Sinai inscription 346 is a typical Phoenician statue dedication. It gives the name of the person who presented the statue, the name of the god to whom it was presented, and the name of the person on behalf of whom it was presented. That is the person represented by the statue. Compare the following. Now, here's where, now, hold on real quick. Now, here's when Anonymous Hebrew brought out to you about Cinnamon, where all of this is cohesive and it makes sense. That Cinnamon is Moses. Hold on. Because we know that Cinnamon, who was a vizier to Hatshepsut, that they built dedications in temples to Hathor. We know that one of his names, or one of his many duties, was also chief of the miners. And here you have that same chief of the miner, which I suggest here, according to Petrie and others, as well as Kamalov, you just read a more recent source that says that names this guy as what? Moshe or Moses. See, he doesn't disagree with Douglas Petrovich. Because if you go into what Douglas Petrovich said, Douglas Petrovich is going to show you the same exact renderings of the name Moses in the inscription that he says Moses. Karmalov shows the same exact rendering of the name Masha or Moses here in his 346 Sinai inscription. They're agreeing that it says the same
let's
thing.
Go into his refutation of. Let's go into refutation of Kramalka, whatever his name is, I can say. All right.
Yeah.
So this is a full refutation by Dr. Aaron M. Wilson Wright. All right. She, I don't even know if it's a she's or he, but she goes and she breaks it down. But I want to get to the crucial part. All right.
Right.
It says, if Kamlakov is correct, his discovery heralds a paradigm shift in biblical studies. Biblical scholars like William G. Dever and John Van Cedars would no longer be able to dismiss the biblical account as Exodus as a pious fiction. However, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, and unfortunately, Kramakov's claims do not stand up to scrutiny. You get that?
That's what she's saying. Yeah, she has to show the evidence.
Yeah, she's going to break it down.
Right. Now watch what she says.
It says the two-letter sequence Kramakov transcribes as MS appears in 5 of the Sinaitic inscription: 349, 351, 353, 360, and 361. He says already in 1928, Romain Boutin identified MS with the name Moses, but cautioned that the official question has nothing except the name in common with the great lawgiver of Israel, MSH. The inscription of the MSH of the inscription antedates the Old Testament Moses by several hundred years. Subsequent scholars have not followed Boutin's identification.
Do you want to reread that?
All right. I want to skip this part right here.
No. Don't skip that. No. Go back. Because I told you I read this already.
Go ahead and read it.
Just go back and read it. I'm just saying, go read it.
It says, following Boutin's 1928 article, archaeographers recognized that the Sinaitic script contained at least 4 more letters than the Phoenician alphabet. These extra letters represented sounds that were lost in Phoenician but were preserved in other Semitic languages, such as the Arabic, Ugaritic, and the language of the Sinaitic inscriptions. One of these letters was T, which represented the sound found at the beginning of the English word thin. The letter that Boutin and Kramakov transcribed as S, no doubt based on its visual resemblance to the later Phoenician S and she gives a figure below, I'll get to that, is actually a T. Now, do you get her point?
Yeah, I understand what she's saying. I'm not arguing. I'm saying
The name
let's go through
Moses.
it. I understand what she's saying.
The name Moses, however, comes from the Egyptian word ms.y, meaning child, and has an S as its middle letter. Because of this, the consonantal sequence MT cannot represent the biblical Moses, but it can represent the name Mat, which is found in the Ugaritic and means twin.
No, stop right there real quick. Now, Anonymous Hebrew, are you still around, brother?
He's there because he was snickering all along.
Okay, it doesn't matter. So when he said to you earlier, right, who did he identify Moses as being?
I don't even remember.
He said Cinnamon, right?
Something like that.
Right. So let's look at the breakdown of that name Cinnamon. It says, but she says here, right? Watch this. But it can represent the name Mat, M-A-T, or Mut. That's actually how you would pronounce that. Do you disagree with that?
It's Mat. Well, she says Mat, but I don't know. It's consonantal language, so I guess it could be Mut.
Right. Exactly. Which is found in but specifically we know that in the Ugaritic, you really would pronounce it Mut. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So watch this. It says, but it can represent the name Mut. It's not going to say Mat, but it's going to say Mut. Hold on 1 second now. Go ahead, finish. Go ahead, finish reading. Peace to you, Yashar. Peace to you. Hey, now you back, brother. Peace.
Shalom. Tanks on the ground, family.
Tanks on the ground, fam.
Shalom. Tanks on the ground. Yeah, I'm back. I had the technical difficulties. Keep going.
Yeah, I feel you. It's all good. Yeah, this went way longer than what I expected. But go ahead. So what I was asking him, so he in his refutation of the name Moses being on there versus what Karloff is saying and Douglas Vesprich is saying, that the MS should be actually an MT. This is what I asked him, Anon. How would you pronounce that MT, right? That she says it would actually be. It's pronounced Mut. So when I asked him, who did you identify earlier? Because I read that. Listen, bro. I'm gonna
that's in it. No, I know it's in it. That's what I'm saying. Like it's in the history. Like this.
Yeah, it's in the history.
It all lines up, right?
Yeah, it's in the history. And the reason why I laugh, bro, not because he wasn't trying to have a scholastic conversation, but I wanted him to see that the information he brought out is right here. I'd already went through Grandma Loft's work.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Already went through his work.
See, this the problem, bro. Like, y'all gotta stop spot reading. Like, y'all gotta stop letting these cats give y'all just certain. When somebody give you a source, go read the whole source. Because we are. Best believe we're gonna read the whole source. Right? Somebody give you a source, go read the whole thing. Because what you just did today was atrocious. Like this, and I'm sorry. I know because the brother was kind. We want to say that was the attempt at being scholastic, but it wasn't. Right. You cannot just scoff at information and say, "Oh, I don't like that," or "That's not what I'm here to talk about." No, that's where the conversation leads. It's always going to lead back there because once you beat them up with the material culture of some Judean kings list, and then we show you that these kings existed, you're going to run to Moses.
Yep.
Stop running to Moses if you don't want us to beat you up at Moses.
That's exactly what they did. I think he's coming back. He wants to finish reading that, but
I didn't come here to talk about the Exodus. You gotta be more funny. You think about the Exodus. Why don't you go debate Exodus with somebody who speaks that?
I can't understand them.
We can barely hear you, fam. You like underwater.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you better.
Okay, I'm saying I didn't come here to speak about the Exodus.
Well, we wasn't just not reading about the Exodus. You was just showing us information on Moses and showing how Kremlov's information translation
information.
Right, how Kremlov's information was incorrect. Right.
Yeah, that's what we were doing.
Right. And in your refutation of that, the young lady says, well, if it doesn't say Moses, then it says Mut, which is what we know the correct translation what she gave.
No. She break it down why it's not Moses. She said it should say Mut. That's what she said. Even me, as a simple
bro, deal with the. Hold on, stay right there. Did she say that it should say Mut? Is that what she said?
No. She said it said Mot.
I think in the article she does. In the article it might say Mot. I can't remember.
But see
I remember reading that article though. So it might say Mot in that article.
That when you get to that accent, right there, when you get to that accent right there, when you talk about the biconsonant roots, right?
Yeah.
That MT is how exactly Cinnamut's name would have been broken down.
I'm telling you that it should be spelled Mut as well, and we got other sources that would prove that.
Right.
Like, we got other sources that would say it should be Mut.
Right.
So I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying I think she does say. I think she does say Mot. I think she does say Mot in that article.
She's not agreeing with you, and I should tell y'all that this is a believer. This is not an atheist.
You keep saying a believer. What does that mean?
Yeah, because that is important.
You know, I don't even want to go down that road.
It's really not. It's really not though. Like, and I'm gonna tell y'all, stop throwing these people at us. As much respect as I even have for all these older leaders and these older Christians, don't throw them at us. Like, I don't care. They can be wrong. They are fallible. They can be fallacious. Like, they can make mistakes. And so what I would like for you to do is now go into the actual letters, go into the wording and tell us what you think it should say and tell us what you think it's talking about.
I don't read the language, so I couldn't attempt to do that. I'm not here.
It's a problem, bro.
I'm not here moonlighting.
But you're making, yes, you are, because you're here making the argument going against the people who can read the language.
So you're saying she's wrong?
Yes. How about this? Hold on. No, because I'm speaking absolutes like that. Let me say this. I'm saying I disagree with her. And I'm saying I would sit down and do a whole lesson. Yeah, and I'm saying I would sit down and do a whole lesson and show you the Nicodemus and the actual bilateral root to that, and show you why I arrive at that. Why I arrive at that.
I never came on here claiming to be a language. I don't know if she's wrong or she's right. But what she says makes sense to me.
This guy fence sitting the whole time.
Yeah.
But hey man, this has been a great conversation. We're approaching the 9 o'clock hour where I am, so I'm getting ready to sign off on here, fam.
Yeah, that's cool.
It
was a good. I enjoyed the conversation. Anyway.
Yeah, if
Anonymous Hebrew want to take on the challenge of the Exodus, I can go research that and get back to him too, because I don't run from nothing, but I don't speak on what I don't research.
But you said that there's no, so I want to make it clear. Anonymous Hebrew didn't put that out there. You said there's no.
That was just a flippant comment. Comment.
No, you said there was no Exodus, and I'm going to teach y'all. But I'm going to teach y'all about these flippant comments. Stop playing with our ancestors, right? If you're not ready, it's meant
to irk you. It was
right, and now you wrote a check with your mouth that your ass can't cash. I'm asking.
I just said if you want that smoke.
But if you go ahead, get it off your chest.
I just said if you want that smoke, all you got to do is give me some time to go do my research.
Go do it. I tell you what, in the process, I'm gonna drop a book, a documentary, and all types of other stuff. You go ahead and look at that too.
No, I don't need that long.
Go ahead and look at that too. Oh no, it's finna happen soon. So you go ahead and look at that too, so you can figure out if you still want to take that challenge. All right.
I take that challenge. I'm not even here saying the Exodus happened. I'm just saying the evidence for it is lacking.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Yeah, it's good. I want to do this debate as much as possible. I want to be on record doing this a million times if I have to, until all y'all stop playing and say, yeah, no, this we can at least say this happened, right? I mean, we talking about beyond a shadow of a doubt.
If I'm wrong
Archaeologically,
about something, I'm not afraid to hold my hands up and say I was wrong about that. That's
no
me.
doubt. No doubt. We'll see. I appreciate you. We'll see though.
Definitely. Shout out to Asiatic Lion in the building. Shout out to Yashar, man. Genesis 49er. Go subscribe to his channel, man. Like, share, and subscribe, man. You get some great information over there, man, from the Yak Gang. Like, share, subscribe to them brothers, man. Shout out to
God. Thanks for letting me on.
Anytime, Google Scholar, man. Anytime, Google Scholar. Let's, we try to deal with the information, man.
I'll just yeah.
How long
it's
you
all
need?
about information.
How long
personal.
you need? How long you need?
I'd say give me about 2 or 3 weeks to get information together.
Make it about 2 or 3 months.
You got it.
Whatever, man.
You think you finna get it me in 2 or 3 weeks?
I'm not afraid of information.
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
It just means I gotta go do some more reading on that topic, but I'm not afraid of information.
Yeah, definitely, man. No doubt, man. I want to get General Yashar on here, man, to close this out, man. You get the final word, fam.
God damn, Yashar is here and he didn't start yelling at me yet. Wow.
Man, thanks on the ground, man. Hey, I apologize. I was late, but
it's all good. I appreciate you coming through.
I love the work that my family be putting in. You already know what time it is, man. We always source up, or we don't say nothing at all. You know what I'm saying? Just like while my elder was building, I was dropping a few little sources here and there dealing with the Sinai, right? Because that's when I came in to the topic. And it's too much evidence, right? It's too much evidence coming from different sources, meaning different avenues of study. You dig what I'm saying? Coming from, Germans, coming from, Jews, coming from all these different people saying the same thing after they come across certain information. Now, when you get a collective of information coming like that, you have to take it all into consideration. If you're lazy about the information, right? If you don't give a damn about the information, then you're not going to look in none of it. You're just going to come with these circular arguments that ain't going to never end up with no point. Just you feeling some type of way about, it just didn't exist. So if you're serious about the information, tap in. Because that's all we do. That's all we do is drop sources. We don't just preach. We don't preach, to be honest with you. Everything that Elder Yarah spoke today, I'm sure, was backed by a source. As everything he always talk about is always backed by sources. And where you think we get it from, fam? It's our elder, right? Anonymous Hebrew, same thing. Gideon, same thing. We come with the sources. As long as you're willing to deal with the sources, let's rock. If you ain't, kick rocks.
Well said. Hallelujah. So, man, again, man, shout out to Gideon, man, for coming through, sharing his knowledge as well. Shout out to Anonymous Hebrew, you know what it is. Shout out to the Orthodox Moor, man. You chimed in earlier. I saw you, fam. I appreciate you coming through. This went way over. I only intended to do about an hour, but man, I enjoyed it. Shout out to Google Scholar, man, for coming through, man. It's all good. Shout out to T-Duck. What's up, family? Until next time, man. Tanks on the ground. Israelite intelligentsia, man. All praise to the Most High. Peace and blessings, family.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.